Yeah, yeah, Tunto spoon.
You want to get a news update? Tunto spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Reverend to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You want to get a news update? Tunto spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. To get your information, to the spoon to be fine. Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat get pound, crazy like my brother, Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon.
Indeed, if you're in Cape Mount, in Grangeville County,
Yeah,
you're in Sino,
Wara,
you're in Maryland,
Baba, Kilibama,
you're in Nimba County,
Kilibama,
or maybe you're in Bombing, Bapolo,
Kilibama.
across Liberia. This is Spoon. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the views of Liberians on the critical national issues. This is where you get to hear the policy makers speak, engage. When they want to communicate very important information to the Liberian people. This is where the critical voices are. This is where we're dishing out Liberia's very best. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight. This is Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Collier. Spoon Talk is live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and also on the Voice of Liberia Radio Network. Thanks to the Voice of Liberia, we're live on 104.1 FM in Monrovia. We're live in Grand Bassa County, in Bone County, Margibi County, and in Lofa County as well, on the Voice of Liberia. Thanks to everyone joining us there. And we're also live on several other radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi in Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country relaying the program. Spoon Talk is live online. We're on Spoon TV live on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. You can find us on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So thank you for joining us. As we always do here, the first segment of the program is dedicated to you, our viewers, our listeners, to have you express yourselves, talk about those issues that are of concern to you. Just anything you want to talk about. Is it about health, education? Is it about the environment? Just anything that is of concern to you. So we're going to be doing just that, opening the phone lines, affording you the time to speak out on the different issues that you want to talk about. And to do that tonight, you can call 0555-101075, and you'll be live on the program, 0555-101075, and you'll be live on the program. Let me talk to our first caller here. Again, 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from, sir?
Hello?
Yeah, hello, how are you?
Nelson Collier, how are you?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on. Your name and where you joining us from?
It's been a while. James took a call from 17.
Okay, James, it's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Okay. Thank you. What on my mind is, I just want to inform the president, meaning the Unity Party people, the way in which the country is going. It's not fine, but when we the Liberian people talk, they can't defense. And the way the NSC people doing the thing, all the two of them ask me, these people are the one that empower your two that you're coming to rescue us. But came now, by the end of the day, whole day want to talk small to sit there to do the right thing, and you put them acting with them. And at the same thing, and former President Joshua, former official were doing, and what led to why he is today.
Okay.
So also, I want to tell the ANC people that it's not coming. The fight is not between they and the CDC because today one of their secretary went on OKFM and he was like discussing the former president. The fight is not between them. They are opposition. The only something that is effective with the only like for some of us who don't have political party. And because of them we can vote because of things they can tell us. But we people are in opposition when you attacking ANC, attacking the former president or CDC people now, then who will fire on the government to do the right thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. That's a great concern. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nancy.
Hello. It's good to have you on, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you. What's your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, George Moba for GSA Road District 6 in Mosawa County. Thank you so much. I just want to appreciate all of you are doing hard work for the country. Every day who listen to the network. The thing on my mind today, I just want to tell all about this country here, Republic of Liberia. President who voted for, they may try his best. The president try his best. Every day, my son, any radios I call, they may try his best. We see good leader. He's a good leader, President Boga is a good leader because they make you a clean hand. We see a lot of things happen in the community places that people working, people call and say, yeah, the party is working. And waiting for justice for 2 years, 3 years before now, I would say yes. So you're not there. Should not our mind, our brain to say that the government is working. The government is working. Someone, God, relative will suffer on the party. And our party, if the party do wrong, will say the government is working. But the government is working.
All right. Thank you.
I see my friend, young men crying. I say, where you crying from? They see Ghana bill. Why we say you want to go Ghana for? Why we say you want to go Nigeria for? And they see the post power, the better country, where you can bear the country. So
thank you for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Where are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you.
I'm thank you. This is one avenue. I'm so happy. I left father of spoon.
What's on your mind?
First time since I was born, Korean spoon.
Okay.
I beg of you, I want to bring this thing to the attention of the CEO. And you get the public work minister. What is the reason that he run about and the road that leads from the EAW Junction up to real life are not being dedicated? It is finished. I will get the information from him, please.
All right. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Aaron.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Scott, I used to come from Compass, never comes in.
Oscar, what's on your mind?
What do I man have to do with Jungle Power electricity in Nima?
Okay. What's with that?
You know, we have been observing over the year, Jungle Power is taking money from we the Liberians to the electricity. But all of the city within Nima is in darkness. And every month, they will call you back current, they will call at $150 or $3 the United States for the money you're paying. They say because government is taking tax for it. So I want to take this time, you know, when you are running institutions in the country, you're under the supervision of the government. So I want to call upon the president. They say they keep to rescue this country. But you're not going to rescue the country, then people are plotting people, then they sit within Nima and bunker there, what giving them the huge sum of money to Jungle University. Like the streets are very dark.
Okay.
And that is one of the popular cities in Liberia. Besides the city of PV, that is one of the popular cities in Liberia. So I'm called upon the president to see reason. Like he talked to Zongo Water, electricity to put electricity in the capital of Zamda for all get for our street to be clear.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person, hello. Let's hear you. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening to Spoon FM family. Good evening to peace loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, well, next week, studio in Liberia. But I have a promise against you. It kept me so long in line. But that's not the issue. Let's put that to rest. The need remain constant. Alfonso AF come on once again on our Spoon Network talk show. And directly speaking to those individual in our ministry today called Minister of Information and Culture and Tourism. They turn it around to be Ministry of Insulted, Ministry, I'm sorry for the expression, arrogance. And their function, their detail, their responsibility, let me clearly define on a national platform. If they don't know, let it come for tutorial. They are there to propagate a message, and they are there to disseminate information to the Liberian people of day-to-day happenings in our society. When Mr. Elizabeth Brenda Cummings spoke on the issue that affecting the Liberian people so dearly, bad, then they are going after our political leader. But let me say this to them. Say they don't know that function. They don't know that detail. Because of the incompetency. Liberian people are not stupid. I'm sorry for the expression. But Tony now, politically, there will be pension. Because the same incompetency we spoke about just yesterday, they have repeatedly over 1 minute go beyond.
Okay.
So, who in charge? Who in charge of the governance system of day-to-day activity? Is it the Lebanese or the Fulanese? Because even the settle that issue on the economics is still affecting Liberian people. It's just our hands. So
Thank you.
reputable men who want to transform this country, they are fighting. They cannot make it with this man. We will make sure a visual, an admiration of this country will come to reality. That's all I have to say. We are
Thank
ready
you
to be
very
resilient
much,
or willing to any
Efanso.
reaction for them. Thank you.
Efanso, thanks a lot for your input. This person, hello, your name and where you joining us from? Okay, so you can keep your calls coming to 0555 101075. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Good evening, Brother Nelson.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. This is good evening to the Liberian people. And my name is Momo Taylor, and I call from Painesville.
What's on your mind, Momo?
Nelson, what's on my mind this evening is I can say earlier this morning I saw a report or information all on social media on the vice president responding to Senator Coker. You know, Nelson, on the way the vice president spoke, right? I mean, I'm the Unity Party supporter, but I'm one of those who really don't believe in the vice president. Nelson, on the way he spoke, right? I listened to that episode repeatedly, and he spoke like a real leader. You know that he and Samuel Coker, there's no issue. Even if Coker goes to election for 100 times, he will stand by Coker. I mean, that's how leaders speak, and I think that he meant well for the Liberian people. And from today, I'm proud to
Thank you.
the vice president. And lastly, let me speak on the issue of the Supreme Court opening today.
Mhm.
You know, the president spoke well. I mean, this president, he meant well with the Liberian people. We just getting chance. We shouldn't be all year. You know, there are some people who trying to paint the country black, but we know them that's that job. And that will give the president chance. You know, he meant well. The chief justice himself talk about chief justice declare or justices declaring the assets. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a reform we call in the judiciary, and we're seeing the fruition of it. So that will give the president time making sure that Liberia is a better
Thank
place.
you for your
the
input tonight.
opportunity.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah,
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you on.
yeah, it is. Joshua calling from Oro.
Okay, what's on your
My
mind?
concern has to do. I hope the former CEO is listening to this thing here. These bosses that Sir Joseph brought the time. He brought it because the honorable people they had duty-free privilege. He brought it. You use a duty-free to get the things from the port. But then it's not should have been used for business because they pay tax on it.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Hello. Are you sure that Senator Joseph did not pay taxes on all of the buses that he has in the country?
He brought it on duty-free.
Do you have proof to that? How many duty-free? How many duty-free does a single lawmaker have within a year?
In a year, I think two duty-free they have.
How many buses are we talking about?
We're not talking about the quantity of buses, but duty-free they have 2 times. You can be 10 cars or 50 cars, but you have to be a year.
You're getting it, but thank you. Thanks a lot for your for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, yeah, good evening, Nelson Cole.
Yes, let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson, what's on my mind? Two is on my mind. But quickly, let me do it within 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nelson, this is the voice of Sabu Rasta. I'm joining this conversation for point 4 in Zimbabwe.
Mm-hmm.
Nelson, yeah, there's a guy who was involved into killing his friend at certain club in point 4 called Abuja 2.
Okay.
But before doing Nelson, but before doing so, he always say that he listened to me on the phone that were, discussing the issue. So he loved my name, he loved my star. So that's how he decided to use my name, Nelson. So when it happened on that day, they say, oh, Tabu Rasa, because you also tell me the name Tabu Rasa. So people said I was me. You get it, Nelson?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. And for me, I don't involve in that kind of art. So Nelson, I condemn
that. What's their real name? Is it Sabu Raska, or are you Rascality, or
No, Nelson. Nelson, the name is SABU, Sabu.
SABU.
Yeah, SABU.
As in the low haircut, the skin cut. SABU, Sabu.
Sabu, RASTA, Rasta.
Rasta.
No. Let's go to the real issues. My second.
Okay. Let's hear you. I just wanted to get the name right. Especially now that you're trying to point out a disclaimer, and stuff like that. Yeah, but just wrap up. Let's hear you.
Exactly. Thank you, Nelson. Nelson, what is on my mind is about the president presenting us to war, that he's ready to promote reconciliation. He won't promote unity among Liberians. No, Nelson, how can he be promoting unity among Liberians, and then Nelson, he be taking people off their job, he's taking Liberians off their job? No, Nelson, look at the case of Emma. So Nelson, what is going on? Because we're here for the president, Emma was suspended. And Nelson, what is going on? There are people who suspended up to now. The government is not telling us anything about them, Nelson. And up to now, they say the government that they want to go to court, they want to take issue with the government. But the government, I know. So I don't understand how the government really suspended people. The government to come clear to us, man.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Timothy Castle calling you from the Sophie community.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chief, my appeal is going to the protest organizers or those that can organize or protest. We, the ordinary people, we are kindly asking people to please organize the protest they call reducing tenure. If they don't organize it, we the citizens must get together with this. Tell the people to call the time. Now, added to my age, it will not be small thing. They will sit down there, they know that they will not move on there. What are you putting there every day? 7 times they get time. So now, I think they want to. They will do it. My people, let us join us. We will lag me up until they talk only about reducing tenure. Then we'll be pleased. We're making a minute, stepping on up. Well, we get first about that one.
Okay.
So, help you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. He wants to tell you to be ready. Hello.
Nelson.
Hello, sir.
How you doing, brother?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on. Is this the voice of David King?
I mean, you're so smart. You know my name.
David King,
what my voice.
What happened to the response and defense pickup that former President George Weah gave to you? So the response and defense team finished telling the pickup.
Not for you. This pickup not even for your former CEO.
But the former president gave her a pickup, to respond and defend.
For the pickup, President Weah. You always ask me about respond defending pickup.
Derek King, go ahead. Thank you. Let's hear you. Let's hear your thing.
The pickup, bought a pickup. You over to my party go. Pickup. So let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
The wave of violent mob justice in our country is getting too much. because of the leader by example.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kwakai frequently violated the constitution of our country, which has led our people into violence. Because the country does not have what we call the rule of law. Every aspect of our society has been broken down, but especially the rule of law. Ono is quote unquote experienced president. When we do not have the medium to justice, it will only lead to one thing, which is more violent, which you saw yesterday in Johnsonville. I can remember I saw things like that during the war, where human beings were being decapitated, people, choking people with rob people, knocking people with sticks. I saw that during the war. And today, they stay as this. Only because the president who's supposed to be the conduit of peace and that of the law has frequently violated the law. And the law no longer justice, so they go amok. You saw the way they kill our young men. Everybody in the country angry. The policemen angry, the citizens angry, and we need to put stop to this thing. It can be promise the Liberian people job that you're going to give a job. Put away those jobs can come to this country. The wave of violence in the country, the wave of lawlessness in the country. We not encourage any businessman from any part of the world to bring investment here. Okay. Nobody's going to bring investment here with the kind of behavior we exhibiting here. So the government need to come to themselves. They need to come to their senses and make sure and do the right thing so that Liberians can get a dividend at the end of the day. Liberia is retrogressing under this government. The government need to put their feet on the ground and get the ground running. Police people are harassing taxi drivers, they are harassing motorcyclists, harassing keke riders. These are not good signs. Taking off. Look at that young man that died on for that man. If he's not young man supposed to die, not because he's a police officer, but he has the right to live.
Thank you for your input.
Who just came to the police not too long ago, lost his life because of lawlessness. I mean, it's too bad.
Let's leave it there. Thank you, David King. Thank you. The next time you call, we'll be asking you for the bosses again. Hello. Let's hear you.
How are you?
Yes, it's good to have you on.
I'm Joseph T. Jimmy, calling from Panasio.
Joseph, what's on your mind?
On my mind tonight is I really wanted to see an apple one and found out scratch card to get to the CEO. No way. You can leave the phone to go off. So I tried to come on the station tomorrow evening and I didn't permit me.
The CEO not to the station now.
Yeah, but you can me, you can be on show. I always listen to the show until 12 o'clock.
All right, thank you for your contribution tonight. You know, just keep trying. Once you have the CEO's number, just keep trying. You will definitely.
I have his number. I have your number. I can call you at times.
Yeah, but just keep trying it, okay? But thank you. We appreciate your contribution on the program tonight. Thank you so much. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Anthony. Yeah,
yeah, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My concern has to do with former President Madam Sally for contribution to the CDC headquarters rebuilding. More people complain this and that, but I don't know, Liberian, what happening to us? We should know this Madam never cannot support any good thing before she became president or even after presidency. We are not heard that she attended some kind of coaching program of Kingdom Guardian to make money. But she donated money for war to come here and destroy Liberia. So she giving money to people who get there to say the vow that says here Liberia, she go back and support them. So it's not surprising to us. So then start complaining why she's supporting CDC. We don't support any tangible
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, good evening, Nelson Korea.
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, man, Peter today coming and you are very much calling on PV.
Really, man, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind? I mean, say good evening to the estimated president. So you might bog the greater president of Papa Labrador, the only president that declared in public the answer. The only president that sustained 410 government official after the only president that did made a whole DA, the entire DA team and bring on new DA team. The only president that hate corruption, continue fighting corruption. Let me say nothing. I did now buy for 2060 for hard there and gas safety. Let me say bravo to him and bravo to the excellent president. You might bother him by how well. And let me say nothing. Let me say bravo to the mayor or PV. Mayor Round as president is second for how well. He said the same thing. Yeah, that is Junior Clean, red and clean. So I want to say bravo to him. And let me say,
are you saying that the entire piece, the entire piece is city?
On the travel let it hold. You need to put me in our hole because the whole getting to you want to travel let it be accepted. So I'm calling on the public where the precinct team that Ali had to put a sinner in the hole. Because I know the citizen.
Thank you for your input.
Quota now saying so the whole on it. So I want to put me where I let it wait. You would have be accepted.
All right. Let's hold you there. This person. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is
What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
I have series of issues on my mind actually. Number one, the first issue have to do with the rape of the deputy minister. I've been following the issue over months. I don't get any result about the issue about the rape. And again, it will be good at least other people that involved in the government when they do something like that. But then it was the company that do that is the entire day he did. But since that time I'm following that issue, nothing happening also. So I don't really know what the government is to.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you, Messi.
Okay, let's hear you.
I want to for those people that they form we pay our precious time to listen to Spoon talk. If Senator get ready to discuss with us, he will not lecture about CDC coming by. If anybody think of CDC coming back, then that person needs to go to check up. Because I don't know question. Because it tells me for me to listen to them discuss it, that was our Spoon is our own him. Someone who kept us Spoon will lead them until it finish. So to just waste our time for that. So please, if you not get nothing to tell, let's just shut the session down for that day. The next
so,
day,
but why you can call your radio off to? Why you can call your radio off to for that day? So now.
No, but I can't do it because I already.
But I mean, just put in a letter. But thank you, thanks a lot. We appreciate you.
But when I be with you all down, so
thank you. Sorry. The message.
Turn the station off.
But why he can call a radio off?
Oh man. So you see, the man is so angry. He said, instead of getting nothing to say, you better cut that radio off and you'll go home. Let's see how you do.
I'm doing good, sir. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, man. No, the guys said they are wonderful people, man. He said, that's turn on the turn that radio off. They get nothing to say on the top of CDC. What CDC people are bad people? Are they not Liberian? Seriously? What happened? The man don't want to hear about CDC, so I'm going to turn the radio off.
The man said that other story that he even 1 year at least to talk about seeing it come to pass. So if no copy.
Yeah, but I think I agree with the brother though. Oh man, what a day! Nothing. It's raining over here, man. It's kind of cold. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's raining. It's cold, but we are grateful to God for everything. At least we thank God for that.
Yeah.
But how you doing? How's your end?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's been a sunny day here. No rain.
Okay.
We're in the dry season already now. So we started experiencing more sunshine than rainfall. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you like the sun or you like the rain?
I think I like the rain, except that during the rainy season, movement becomes so difficult. If you're not mobile,
So why you like the rain? Let's tell people why you like the rain.
no, I like the rain because it's not hot during the
Yeah.
rainy season. It's not hot.
You like the rain because it's hot. So that's why you like the rain. Okay.
Yeah, because the places can be hot, but see, you say you like rainy season too. You know.
No, my liking rain season is different from your liking rain season. No, don't compare. I know why I like my rain season for. I don't know about you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I let
man.
you
You see, so many reasons people like the rain season. You can wear your hoodie, you can wear your sweater. Nobody know, no short pants, no bodybuilding t-shirt. You stay indoor. If you do all your running around, you don't want to be out. There's so many good reasons. You drink in snow time, you drink your hot chocolate, your hot cocoa, and thank God for that. There's so many reasons why people like but you like the rain season because a lot of community thing around, you can kill one community chicken and eat it. And I mean, you like the red rooster, you like to kill it and eat it, so that's why. George, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, CEO. Doing very great, thank you. Good evening, Nelson.
Emmanuel, you feeling comfortable on Spoon Talk? What's going on with that, Emmanuel? You're very comfortable, man. I hate to see you so comfortable. That's my point. I asked my people here. You can ask them. Since you started Spoon Talk, you never take a day off. What's going on? Are you on a contract? Because we are about to sign your contract now, my man.
No, I'm not on contract. And yeah, because I have when I came out, I've been having some open schedule, but life is definitely going to be busy.
I know, right?
Since I came back, I received a lot of things now. So
but
yeah, it's been good to have the conversation.
You're going to handle it. I like the fact that we can engage each other. We want every political party involvement. I don't want anybody blaming me 2029 and say, Stanton, that you put the government on us. That Winfred Russell will always do. Stanton, that you brought us here. So I said, well, somebody put like to your mom. Where were you? Yeah, man. I don't want anybody blaming me. We have to come together. You told your own, I told my own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when the Liberian people make that decision, it should be on everybody. Not about Stanton that you put us in this. But if it's good, nobody can call Stanton. Whenever it's bad, and they say, Stanton, that you put us in this. Joseph Baga doing, 3-story double bridge, overhead bridge happening. People will not say, Stanton, thank you for Joseph Baga. But if Joseph Baga police, Gregor Kuma kill somebody, they say, Stanton, that you put us in this. So, I mean, it is why Charles Yates, man, what's going on with you? My people, you go ahead, you share this thing. We'll be having a wonderful conversation as early as we can. You have Winfred Russell, they call him Baby D. Baby D, Baby D, right? Punch it. You are muted.
No, Billy D, like Billy.
Billy D, not Baby D. Baby D, that diamond, I think. Billy D, they call you Billy D, and then they call that the Richardson husband, Punch it too. Yeah, you told me that, by the way. You said that, man. I was looking for the man, you told me, oh, I'm busting the secret of, but no problem. because Abraham Richardson Punch it too. And then we have over here our brother Emmanuel G.K. George. Emmanuel, why are you not using your doctor? Why? Is that a reason why? Do you think it's going to make you be a commoner? Do you think people will think you're one of them? Are you taking the doctor up because you don't want people to label you as, I think that's the reason why, though.
No, that's not the reason. I'm a member of the academia. I normally like to keep the doctor when I'm in that circles because it's circle of peers. Outside of that circle, I like to be the normal Emmanuel. So if I'm at a conference, if I'm in my classroom teaching, yes, I use that. I use a doctor, but outside of that, no, it's just
doctor in what? Doctor in what?
I have a PhD in political science with emphasis in international.
Oh wow! political science with emphasis in what?
International relations.
That's
I
nice.
actually did a study on women involvement in the peace processes in Liberia and Sierra Leone. When you Google my name, you will see the scholarly works we have done in that area.
Yeah, I saw your name, but I told you were a Sierra Leonean. When I was searching on you, I saw Dr. Emmanuel Jones. I told you were a Sierra Leonean, so I just brushed by.
No, a good part of my work has been used by people in Sierra Leone and women groups in Europe to write that papers on women involvement in the peace processes. So yes, it's possible that my name will pop up in Sierra Leone.
No, well, thank you very much, man. It's good having you, Dr. George. And I respect the fact that unlike somebody that we have on the show right now, carrying the doctorate degree, I respect the fact that you are not carrying that doctor. I mean, you can, but we just, just be the people person, that they can relate to. And I think that's a smart move of you. Thank you. Former councilman, are you running again for the next election, Winfred Russell? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'm running next year. So obviously you all here would know about it when we do decide to make a formal announcement sometime in November. There are a number of Liberians running, by the way, here in the great state of Minnesota. This is where we make things happen. This is the political and economic and cultural hub of the Liberian diaspora community. That's why I was hoping that Emmanuel and his group would have held their event here, their convention or whatever they were having. I was hoping that it was going to be it's going to get a lot of traction here. But it's good that I hope a lot of folks can emulate what Dr. George is doing. I mean, here in this country, really serious folks in academia, they don't flaunt their degrees and stuff like that. So Fubi, you need to stop deceiving the people. Take that stuff out. We need to educate and take that doctor stuff you have out there.
No, but medication now. That one is not.
No, but he still has it. He's still masquerading as that doctor. That's the biggest problem in the country.
No, I understand.
To perpetuate the kind of nonsense.
Yeah, but listen, but Fubi, we come to you here. Let give Russell the chance. Russell,
truly, people in and I work at the University of Minnesota here. So people in the academy, they want you to call them by their name, to relate to them. They don't, like he said, depending on the context, if you're in class or you're doing a paper, then you see people. Do you know how many, Stanton? Do you all know how many American politicians have PhDs? Do you know how many of them? There are so many of them have PhD, but you will never see them flaunt it. They will never. You will never see it. You will never see them. Talk about it or flaunt it like the way it is done. It's not just in Liberia, but in Africa as a whole. They don't flaunt it like that.
Yeah, okay, so thank you very much, and seriously, I do respect that. It's good, but let's just stay with you a little bit before we go to Fubi, and welcome Tamara as well. Winfred, though, so this will be your fifth, your fourth, your third, your second time running. Are you running for the same seat, though?
When the time comes, I'll make the announcement as to what I'll be running for. So there are 2 seats that are open that I may be vying for. So one is the mayor of the city of Brooklyn Park, and the other is for the House of Rep. So either one of those. So right now I'm having consultative meetings and conversations with a good number of stakeholders. And then after my conversation with those stakeholders, that will inform which seat I run for. But yes, I will be running, and I will announce the exact seat I'm running for sometime in November. So you will get to know.
Okay, but thank you very much.
I encourage you to go for the big one.
It always good.
Yeah, So that's the most recent one. rainfall. So we will see how things align, because at the end of the day, we're in it to win it. You know what I'm saying? So if we have to look at our win number and see what is going to be plausible, and where we'll be able to get a lot of we'll be able to get a win from. So it's not a matter of just running for the sake of running, but running.
Yeah, but thank you very much, Winfred. I think you'll have enough time to make those different announcements, and we're looking forward again visiting Minnesota. I heard that the CMC political leader Musa Hassan Belete is coming to see you in Minnesota. Is that true?
Yeah, he will be coming to Minnesota, and we do plan to have a conversation so I can take him around and so he get to understand the economic weight of the Liberian immigrant community in Minnesota. So he get to visit a lot of
places. But you didn't even ask me how I get to know, because I have my eyes all over. I heard that you guys have and you. No, this is a great announcement, by the way, to see that you will be hosting Musa Hassan Belete to be involved with the biggest Liberian community, one of the biggest Liberian community.
No, not one of the biggest, the largest, numerically, economically, culturally. We are the largest. Don't let anyone else fool you. We have the numbers to back that up.
Russell, quick question.
I just want to say, because we got to go, I beg you, Tama, again, just to announce, and we'll speak more about this. Musa was coming over to Minnesota. When the date is confirmed, I know you will speak to that, and a lot of people looking forward to meeting Musa Belete.
Our colleague here has a question, Tamba.
Yeah, we'll hold Tama's question. When we get to him, he will use his time for his question. I'm trying to bring everybody in. Tama loves to interrupt. That's why he's sick. He's not well though. The weather make him sick. Let me bring in our friend, our brother from Owakaduku. It's good to see you, Fubi. How you doing?
Yeah, thank you, and good evening, everybody. Look, Mr. Russell, I decide how people call me. If I want to put a comment that of Fubi, they'll comment that of Fubi. I want to put a comment Prof Fubi, they'll comment Prof Fubi. I want to put a comment Sergeant Fubi, they'll comment Sergeant Fubi. I want to put a comment General Fubi, they'll comment General Fubi. Those titles in no way take food from anybody's table for you to stress yourself and worry over it. That's the problem we have in Africa. We worry over things that got no bearing on our lives. And, my grandfather didn't go to law school, but he became counselor. He was admitted to the Bar Association of Liberia. He didn't go to law school. He practiced law on his own. He studied law on his own, and he was admitted. Bill Gates, today, computer genius. He was a college dropout, but what he learned, or what he brought forth, people are getting PhD in it. But there is someone that dropped out from college. So we should get chill on the whole title. Going to school and getting PhD, and you choose not to use it at your business. If somebody is giving honorary title and they choose to use it, that's their business. So they give you title and you want to use it. If you choose not to use it, that's your business. Ain't no way take anything from you that are not using it. I'm not calling people say come to my hospital and get you injection. I'm not going and applying and telling people say I got doctorate degree. We gotta move on, Fubi. Yeah, so we need to understand some of these things the people and some of the basic things that they carry around.
Fubi, we gotta move on, but I will say this to you. You are quite correct. You can put any title to your name, but on this show, please, let's just be honest with who we are, because a lot of folks follow us. So you can put any title to your name at your job, at home, on your Facebook, that's fine. But if you are not a title, because I think the person that gave you the honorable degree title, he also told you not to come back on school, and he's not coming on school no more. But the person that gave you the honorable degree title, though, I'm not calling his name. But I just want to say to you, let's just follow our own good title for the sake of our audience. And I appreciate what you said.
Doctor in Liberia, our Zogo people call Dato. So that was that normal slang. So it got no bearing on anybody's life. So people should respect that. So if you want to call you
but the thing is that the show is not only Liberian show. The show is also international program. and we'll just keep it like that. It's good to have you on Everyday Fubi from Owakaduku. Please say hi to the president, Turi. I know you met him a couple of times. Please extend our greetings to him. It's good to have you. Let me bring in my brother Tamba Agaraz. Tamba, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm a bit under the weather, but I'm doing great. I'm optimistic and looking forward to the week. And it's always a pleasure to be on here. And good evening to you, Stanton, and to our panelists, colleagues, and to our listeners in Radio Land and online. What is on my mind today, Stanton? I saw a video of a motorcyclist or a thief, alleged thief, being killed somewhere in Monrovia. I understand it's Johnsonville. And it really troubled me, Stanton. It really troubled me. The level of lawlessness across Liberia has to do with some of the things and, the remnants of the PTSD our people still suffer. But also it shows that when our justice system is slow to act, and today, of course, the president and the Supreme Court opened a new term of court across Monrovia.
So going into our topic, it's good to see you.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me read the topic.
Mine, and I posted the topics in the chat room.
That's what's on my mind.
That was posted in the chat room, and you make that your opening. But want to say welcome, Tamba. Thank God for you. Drink some hot chicken noodle soup. If not, drink some hot real African chicken soup. You'll be fine.
Send me some of the dry chicken, Stanton. Send me some.
Will it look like I can eat dry chicken? I'm gonna say dry chicken wet. The way it look like dry chicken behind my house.
My man, ask the people like you can buy from there.
It's good to see you, Jay Jefferson Chesson, as always, my friend. Thank you for coming in your necktie. The corner in the corner. This is the real tattoo guy, the former corner, Reverend Gray, retired, the AFL. No joke, you cannot try it. We want to welcome you, my dear brother. Gentlemen, Glennie is on vacation. She called me this morning. She texted me also and said, Stanton, I'm going on a vacation. I'm traveling. So I asked this Glennie, I said, well, who? You didn't show me anyone. She said when she come back, she will show that individual. So we're waiting. But Glennie is on vacation, and I think we wish her well. I believe Jackie will be joining us, or Murad will be joining us when they have the time. But till then, welcome, guys. Let's make things happen. Like our brother Tama Aguilar said, mob violence is serious in the country. It's part of our conversation. Chief Justice saying that GSC should audit the entire Supreme Court. Go all the way back to Madam CNN Yo. We're going to look into that. Have you guys seen that the folks in and around Hotel Africa, they are complaining seriously because the government is taking them all of the properties, schools, clinics, hospital, marketplace, everywhere. The government says you must go. Where are they going? That's the question. Is the government compensating them? People are asking. But over 10, 15, 20,000 people will be displaced. And as we speak, the public work minister is in acting and saying, listen, guys, we got to invade, we got to break down homes, churches, mosques. But for what reason? Why? Who is taking over? Who is the government giving that place to? A lot of conversation we are taking. We got a lot of information we'll be discussing today. And also, what's going on with the too many insults? Since our brother Daniel Sano and Dalo Jerome Pierre opened the basket of insults, everybody calls him now. Everybody calls him. Everybody calls him. What's going on with everybody just cussing, man, cussing, power cuss? Don't forget, tomorrow is the first full sitting of the legislature, and a lot of stuff happening tomorrow. People are waiting for the all-black conversation. People are waiting for the different concessions that went on vacation. Everybody talking about the Sila Metal. You brought about the Putu Mountain, my brother, counselor. A lot of stuff is on the table. We are receiving what will be discussed, and we will have our full conversation today. Guys, please go on your Facebook, on your WhatsApp, on your YouTube. And I want to say big thanks to Fubi. He always share this. Every corner I turn, Fubi share the show. Please share the show. Let's have some unique conversation as we welcome our brother on our Karis Gray. Gentlemen, let's get into it. Tamba, talk to us about the mob violence. We're going to start with you because it's one of the topic. Let's hear you. What do you think, though? I cannot play the video, but I believe we all have seen the video. If I play the video, Facebook will suspend us for life because you saw the motor guy, the cyclist, just driving over that guy's head. What's going on with Liberia today? People are taking stuff in their own hands, and they killed him, and they're saying that cell phone role, that motorcycle role, and they just killed him. No law and order. What's happening, Tama? Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, when I saw that post, and it's violent, it's graphic, you know, motorbike riders, people taking stones and rags and sticks and killing someone publicly on video, it is scary. And it took me back to the war. I live in a war for several years between 1989 through 2004, 2005, when I had to go into exile. And I saw people with guns. I mean, I was being heavily recruited. I was captured, I was tortured, I was forced to join, and I escaped. And at some point, people begged for me. But these guys coming into towns and villages, they used the gun. The gun was a law. There was no justice system. The justice system had collapsed. People with AK-47 were the arbiters of justice. And when I saw that video today, that's the memory it brought, Stanton. When I went to the States to study, I had to go through a survivors of torture program through the NYU Hospital, NYU Medical Center in New York. Because when I started going to school, I struggled to focus, to concentrate, because of the level of violence I have witnessed in Liberia. So something like that triggered that memory for me today. And I think this is where we need to urge the government of the day, and especially the justice system, the judicial system, to begin to move faster, to begin to really show the people, to restore the confidence that have been lost in our justice system, that people can go to court, that people can be arrested and sent to court, and then that justice will be served. When you see people taking the law into their own hands, Stanton and my fellow panelists, it's because they don't have complete trust in the justice system. And it's my hope, since it is open, it is my hope that the people who are involved in the public killing and the execution of that young man, whether he was a thief or not, that they should be prosecuted, they should be arrested, they should be brought to book, so that we can set a precedent that no one should take the law into their own hands. No one should take the law into their own hands in Liberia.
Just to thank you very much, and I think this is important, ma'am. I really want to show that video, but I can't. You know, it's totally contrary to the community standard of Facebook. But you have seen it. It's bad. It's very, very bad. And we really want to hear your honesty. But going back to you, Tama, did you say you joined the rebel group?
No, I said I was forced. I was recruited, heavily recruited. But I never joined. I never fought because, again, each time
you were recruited, but you didn't join. So what's that?
Well, there was a forceful recruitment in the military, in the rebel forces. So the MPFL will come to towns and villages and round up the young people.
Okay, so they took you on the base?
No, I never got on the base. I was put on the ground. I was tied, but I never made it to the base because some good Samaritans.
Okay. I just want to be clear because I don't want anybody running and say you're a former rebel. So
no, I did not. I did not fight. I did not join.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's good to give that clarity. Let's stick on the mob violence. Winfred Russell, you have some intelligence when it comes to the Liberia National Police. What's going on? Is something? What's the breakaway here? Something is happening. Talk to us, Winfred. You're too many.
Thank you, Stanton, and great being here again. And hi to all of our listeners and viewers out there. Please share the show as Stanton just asked you to, and we should share it as well. The issue of mob violence in Liberia is beyond the Liberia National Police. The Liberia National Police, of course, is stretched thin, and they need all of the resources that they can muster to address crime, including this mob violence action that just took place. It's really, really, really disturbing. I mean, and Tamba hit a lot of the issues squarely on the head with what is happening in the country relative to mob violence and what we can do to try to address it, and the lingering problem that is associated with mob violence in the country. It's a serious and a persistent social problem that, of course, is rooted in a combination of weak justice system. We talk about the justice system, in this our new dispensation, and why it need to be strengthened. Mistrust of authorities. I mean, people just don't care. They don't trust their authority. I know it's not an excuse, but poverty is a big part of it. I'm sure if people were working or had jobs, I'm sure that many of them would not have all of the time on their hand to get involved in mob violence and these kinds of activities. It's not an excuse, so please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to justify or make any excuses here, but those are all of some of the issues that we have to address and we have to look at. I mean, a weak justice system. Why do people don't trust the justice system? I mean, there's a reason why they don't trust the justice system, and they feel that, as Tamba said as well, they can just take an issue in the hands. I mean, this it often comes about when communities and community members, feel that the formal justice mechanisms that they have set up in the country that is not working. That they can only get redress by getting into this sort of mob violence type action and mentality. So it's a serious problem that we have to take seriously, that lawmakers have to take seriously. And so if you look at part of what's happening in the country, Stanton, you see even basic traffic stops. We showed it the last time. You see lawmakers, people who are there, who are making laws, who are lawmakers. They are flaunting the law. They are not respecting the law. They're doing their own thing. So what about the people down in the lower echelon of the society?
Thank you, Russell. Give us a chance to ask a question here, guys. If you do find you can ask, when someone speaks, you got a question, just raise your hand and ask them a question. I do have a question for Winfred Russell. I alone when I ask her the question. How did we get here, though? Let's talk to somebody that has, all of the country and trying to say it's Liberia okay under this government. It's Liberia better under this government, seeing this kind of mob violence on the street. And it's not the first time. You know that it beat another individual, another female, and since she was a drugs dealer, we had to take her to Ghana. You know that, and all the other stories. So, I mean, now you say, well, you can't blame the police. They need more money. Every little thing, police need more money. We understand. But how can the government control this with their,
Well, I mean, Stanton, the issue is it has to be looked at comprehensively. And I'm sure many other panelists like Conor Gray and others with law enforcement background would be able to chime in. But it is not just with the police. It's the lawmaker is strengthening the justice.
No, I agree. That's why I said put the police aside. You make the case for the police. Let's talk about the neighborhood, the community, and county by county, but the entire government as a whole. What can this government do? They have not spoken on these issues.
Yeah, what the government needs to do, and one of the things that we do, even in this sophisticated country we live in, or I live in, with a lot of resources, there's not a day or time that goes by without civic education, public awareness. We have to continue to do civic education, to educate the public. Community policing. I mean, that's one thing that the Liberia National Police is trying to do. They're employing officers around the community. We need to strengthen that. We need to ensure that we put more resources into community policing. We need to put more resources into civic education. We need to and that civic education that goes across the board, public awareness, because our own government officials don't respect the law. So we have to talk about that, Stanton. I mean, we have to be able to hold people, accountable. Youth engagement. We have to engage the youth And
allow us to hold you right there. Anyone have question for Winfred Russell? Anyone? All right. No. Oh, Emmanuel. I mean, seriously, you want to say something to Russell? Councilor?
No. I know Russell speaks eloquently, and I know he supports the police, and I appreciate that position he takes. You know that he have taken over the years. But Russell, my question to you is: when last were you in Liberia, and what's your experience with policing in Liberia?
I was last in Liberia in March and April of this year. And the purpose of that trip was I took a team from the Hennepin County Sheriff Department here in the great state of Minnesota, and from the Brooklyn Park Police Department to do some training. And we did, and we conducted 6 weeks of training, and we have ongoing training, and we will be going back. We've been working very closely with the Liberian National Police to build their capacity and provide them with some tools like traffic equipment, equipment to help with the community policing, operations that they're doing. So those are the times I was in Liberia. I was just there in March and April.
Thank you. Councilor, you got a quick question, then we'll go to Emmanuel.
Absolutely. I mean, I tend to agree with Brother Russell on some of the issues. I mean, most of the issues he outlined as contributory factors to mob violence. What I want to ask him, given his deep, being embedded within the American society, but also having your foot here in Liberian society, what parallels can you draw regarding the incidents of lawlessness, mob violence, etc., especially in light of, the inner city Black communities where crime is rife in the U.S., where gun violence is rife in the U.S., Black on Black crime, is through the roof in the U.S. And even some of the stats from there outclass even the stats that we have in Liberia regarding murder, and armed violence amongst others. So what parallels can you draw, and what examples you think can be useful to tackle some of these things?
Good point, Councilor Bala. It's true. I mean, and I know a lot of people like to bring this up and they say, hey, I look at the U.S. The U.S. is one of the most violent societies in the world, and clearly the most violent developed democracy in the world. However, I think so we have that playing out. And, I don't want to, of course, you have some of the terms that come to mind when you see what happened in Liberia with the killing of this young man, this alleged thief, is the barbarism, the nature of it. We do have a lot of Black on Black crime here, but Councilor Bala, as you know, it happens, but they will hold people accountable. Those folks will be prosecuted, and then lawmakers like myself, even at the local level, will go there, work along with the police, and try to see what kind of mitigation strategies we can come up with, provide more resources to the police, educate the public, continue with this civic education, public awareness that, hey, these things happen. But as you saw, January 6th, right, that happened in Washington, D.C., over 1,000+ people were prosecuted. Okay, so it's not that, so America is not immune, to all of this. I mean, it happens here. It's a very violent society with a lot of guns, but you will be hard pressed to see what we saw in Liberia a few days ago happen here. And even if it did, all of those people on the video, they will painstakingly go after each one of them.
Thank you very much.
Right? So so that's the big difference. So we have to hold people accountable, but at the same time we have to educate the public. We have to, even this country.
Thank you very much, brother. So let's move on.
Don't stop on
Thank you.
Public awareness and education.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you very much. Thank you. Emmanuel, let me bring you in on this mob violence issue in our country and a position your candidate, Mr. Cummings, would take if he is blessed to have that office 2029.
Yeah, Stanton, good evening, everyone. Good evening, our listeners. Good to see each and every one of you, our co-panelists. So, I was saying what about 20 years ago. Those who
all right, let's get back to you. I'm sorry, Emmanuel. Let's get back to you. You are having Liberia internet system in America. We'll bring you back. Just reconnect and come back. Let me bring in Fubi. Fubi, it's good to have you on. Thank you for joining us again. Let's hear you on the issue of mob violence, Fubi.
Yeah, so for more violence, I will blame it on the police because these things keep happening, and most of the time you don't see police going after, or you don't hear any report that police went after those that were involved in the violence. And the good thing about this era, everybody the photographer or videographer. So you find most of these things on social media being spread around. You see the faces of people committing the act. And at the end of the day, it just passes by like that and nobody hears anything later on. You know, there are so many of these things. The last time a lady in red light was mobbed. Wrong identity, as we learned later. But we have not heard the conclusion of that story. Myself, I was a victim of that in 2023 on October 10, election day, by talks from the CDC in District 9. I reported to the police. I got it on record. And I told them I have not forgotten. And they have not taken action. But action will be taken at an appropriate time. And we have seen a lot of these things taking place across the country. And the police doesn't take any serious measure to bring those people to book. And you can't have people on record, people on camera committing these things, and you don't take action. At the end of the day, they say when the wrong is done consistently, people accept it to be right. And that's what the society will turn into, because you see these things happening, they are wrong, but at the end of the day, police doesn't take any serious action to continue.
So what thing you, Fubi, because now you're going contrary to what Winfred Russell just said. Winfred said the police need to be reinforced with more resources. Do you disagree? But then the little they have, if you are saying they are not after these people taking no action, do you think we need to give them more money, more resources there, since they are not even taking action with the little they have?
We can always make the call for more resources. But if you have little and you don't take any serious action with the little you have, then you don't have argument to ask for more. You know, people commit crime. The videos are out there. You see the faces. If the police come and say, look, the violence that occurred today at red light with the mob violence against XYZ, these amount of persons died, we have arrested these people. And the police, for logistical support, we need extra to ensure that we reinforce these things. Then you are making the case. You don't need any extra resources to go and go after the guy, because most of the guys they run around the scene vicinity. You go red light, for example, the motorbike issue I talk about in red light. All the guys that they ride, they got a motorbike station. So you just go there, take the video, have the faces, and go and identify them and pick them up.
Thank you.
Then you can.
Have the police complain for more resources though? Anyone on the show heard the police complaining that they need more resources to investigate these crimes? Were there any complaint from Gregory Kuma and his team that because of lack of resources they cannot investigate?
I have not heard it.
I just want to put that. Emmanuel George, let's hear you. Thank you very much, Fubi.
Yeah,
Emmanuel,
thank you, Stanton. Sorry for the what went on, but I think, as I was saying, it's been 20 years since our civil war came to an end with the democratic dispensation we have. I still believe that many of us in the country are traumatized. Many did not go through the proper, many are still struggling with PTSD. If you watch the video, what is sad about that video is that numerous people were on motorbikes going for the head of that of that gentleman. And others were coming with sticks and rocks, throwing it at that gentleman. And no one saw that what they were doing was wrong. We live in a traumatized country. And it's very important for us to start helping each other through that process. And times are hard. And because people are hopeless, whenever you have a situation where there's a lot of hopelessness in the system and a lot of people find themselves being robbed, they will react. And I agree with some of the panelists that says the police also have a role to play, because several times you go to the police station, either they don't have gasoline in the pickup to go on the scene, they don't have the right equipment, but we can work with the little we have. I've not heard or read anything about what happened, because that video has been circulating for the past 24 hours or 48 hours. I've not read any statement from the police watching those videos to go out there and arrest those people, because their face they are visible on that video. So we have a lot of work to do in our country, and that's why under Alexander B. Cummings administration, by this time the police director will be and his team will be reviewing those videos and someone who have been arrested to account for that situation. But we live in a highly traumatized society. Liberia is not like a long time ago. A lot of angry people seems to be around. Even when you're driving, even just driving through Monrovia, there's a lot of people insulting and angry with the way they drive. So we have an angry society, and we need to work to help each other to go through this through this process. We are still traumatized. It's 20 years.
What would the first thing Mr. Cummings do, though?
Oh, what Mr. Cummings would do is to give hope. We live in the society there's a lot of hopelessness in the society, and there will be hope when you see your salary increase from $150 to $300 and $400 per month.
It would stop
hope when you see
Liberian
police carry out its work as properly as they should be doing. There will be hope when you see that the medical system is working, that you can go to the hospital and have doctors and nurses working on you. There will be hope if you see a government that is based on integrity, holding people accountable for doing what is wrong and cheering people for doing what is right. That's what Mr. Cummings is drinking.
I think these people that have political party will respond to you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let me bring in Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. Honorable Gray, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much. Look, let me say good evening to all on the show from my end. The maintenance of law and order in any society is a responsibility of the government. When government comes to authority or to power, they take oath to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution. And in that Constitution, they have a responsibility to protect lives and properties. The police moved to Capitol Building and said they saw something like chaos that they had to move in before the police got bombed. They went to Capitol Building, lawmakers were disagreeing. They took side and beat other lawmakers. The CDC will decide to go to the airport to receive its political leader. The police will go there and fire tear gas. They will be courageous enough to move to our headquarters where or have the numerical strength of the police of the Republic of Liberia to ensure that the court order is executed. But when the citizen is being killed, being brutalized, you hear nothing from the police. So how are they protecting lives? The police has become a political entity and an instrument of the current administration. So they don't care. All they care is about politics. They care about going to political gatherings and political rallies. That have been publicly demonstrated by the number of police officers that are put out at some of these gatherings that have nothing to do with violence at all. Zero. So what am I saying? How can you take away that responsibility of the government to protect lives and properties and begin to march it up to the community? The government has demonstrated its inability to protect the citizens of the country. It's clear-cut. People want to blame it on war, but many of the actions of these people, many of the people carrying out these actions, very youthful people. The war ended 2003. Some of them 22 years old today, they didn't see war. assuming that they were born 2000, the 25 years today, some of them, they didn't really see war. But we keep blaming it on the war, that the incompetence of the authority of the state to protect its citizens, and the citizens are not being able to see the government as the one that will protect their fundamental rights. So they are taking the laws in their own hand. This is terrible for the society. This is
Thank you.
extremely terrible for the country.
Thank you. But great. Let me ask you, right? 12 years under your leadership and 6 years under President Weah. We saw the same thing. How did the former president fix it?
When you say 12 years under leadership, I can recall when the CDC was in power for 12 years.
I said 12 years under your leadership. You were a lawmaker for 12 years and 6 years
I was a
under
lawmaker,
George
but
Weah.
I didn't go on district 8. Okay, and I was not even the enforcement
And that's why
officer.
we're very clear. 12 years you being lawmaker and 6
I
years
cannot
under
speak for the
President
Unity
Weah.
Party. I cannot speak.
6 years under George Weah. Talk to us, my man. How did George Weah fix this issue?
So the first thing, the alarming level of violence in Liberia didn't happen under that our administration as compared to now, where police officers and civilians almost every day will be fighting. Every day. The level of execution of ordinary people dying, including the issue of drugs and all of those things, it didn't happen massively on our administration. It was minimized, because most likely because of the authority of the police, through Patrick Sulu, that we have.
So I'm confused. Did it happen or it didn't happen? Was it minimized or it was massive? Which one? Did it happen?
It was minimized, like I said. The level now is massive. That's what I said. Pictorial evidence demonstrates the level of massive nature of violence in our country. Police action, police fighting every day. It's seen publicly. Every day, almost. There's a fight between police officer and civilian. The disrespect to the police is mass with the police disrespect to civilian.
So you're saying now it's massively done now, but under George Weah, it was minimum. But my question to you, how did George Weah fix it, solve it, turn it around? What mechanism did he put in place? What mechanism did he put in place to minimize such brutality?
We solved it first. We solved most of these problems, or we were minimized, because the confidence that the citizen, first and foremost, had in the police authority of this country. That confidence they had. The police were not fighting taxi drivers all around the street. They were not fighting pimping riders all around the street of Monrovia the way they took them off the street. Okay, that they lost hope and confidence in their own government, that the economy became tough for them. No, under this current administration. We provided hope to them. We provided community interaction, consistent community interaction with police. In fact, there were lawmakers, let me be specific, in Montserrat County, including myself, who was involved in consistently into community policing interaction, consistently, where town hall meetings were called.
See, can I ask a question?
Community people. That's what happened. Okay, I don't know, and I don't see it.
Okay, thank you very much, I carry Representative Gray. Thank you very much. We'll take 2 questions. Fubi, you go first, and Tamara, you go next.
Yeah. So how do you term the violence that took place on 26th day with Waters Susuru? How do you also term the violence that took place on the UL campus during the Amos Sawyer, I think, funeral or wakekeeping? How do you term the flogging of Melvin Sakor, 102 at the time, on the CDC party headquarters by sedition? How do you term all of those? Thank you.
The first thing, you are running in circles and in fallacies. Melvin Sakor was never ever flogged at the headquarters of the CDC. These are the kind of deadly lies and propaganda that people ran with. In fact, someone even accused, say, I slapped Melvin Sakor one time on this show. And I just smiled, but I said, look at the kind of job we have. That how people lie. And it's good that you should kill that lie now. Because the 102 of the Republic of Liberia was never, ever hit on the headquarters of the CDC. That was a concocted story. In fact, when the situation occurred with Susulu, and there was a group that claimed to have affiliated with the CDC, arrest was made. There was something that was done publicly. Not only that, the president was very clear that such a group does not affiliate with the CDC. I think they call them some CDC, some kind of group. He was very clear about that, okay? And that public record. So the next thing you talk about, Dr. Sawyer issue, that was amongst the university students. In fact, I think when coaches were there and they almost hating in that place, which a university campus have been a routine. But is it a consistent thing with the level of protest action we see every day now at the University of Liberia than ever? These are questions we should be able to ask ourselves. So I'm saying to you that, look, when you bring a little isolated cases and compare maybe 3 to 20, what kind of comparison is that?
Thank you, Greg.
When you compare
Greg, thank you.
3 to 20,
Let's get your question. Greg, real quick, whether at the Congress of Democrats will change headquarters or not, 1 to 2, where he slapped, where he flogged by his fellow sedition during George Manawia time.
No, there's what I heard. Let me repeat. And Stanton, it's good that you asked this question. You call it 102. There's what I heard. The 102 went to a party or gathering. Okay, they had their own group of people gathering. Okay, and some people maybe on the show know exactly what I'm talking about. Not on the CDC headquarters, or not a CDC program, and I think there was a scuffle there. Okay, but it's not a CDC program. It's not a CDC organization. So we got to make that very clear.
That's my point, not the location, but where he
no, I just saying, like you heard, that's what I heard. Like you heard that there was some scuffle or whatsoever. But it was never a CDC gathering or a CDC core arrangement. Never.
Somebody, you got a question?
But some people jump on and said,
yes, I have a question. If Honorable Gray allow me to ask.
Go ahead, ask a question.
Yeah, I would not allow you. You can ask a question.
Okay, thank you, CEO. So look, we may try to spin everything that's going on in Liberia, and I'm going to ask you the question, Gray. You know, when leaders set an example, it's dangerous for our society. In March of 2023, and I stand to be corrected, Gray, you were accused, and there are articles in the press, there are photos of you taking bodybuilding guys to the university campus, given what was happening, and then you were accused of beating on and abusing students. Will you consider that to be an act of lawlessness, especially at the time you were a sitting lawmaker? Is that the example we want to set for the next generation?
It's good that you asked the question because we're talking about the level of mob justice in our country, especially when I accuse the police of being lackadaisical under this administration. The first thing is that you can go to all the video evidence. Where I'm sitting is where I left from the Gowon LU campus. I took over 20 some more camera people along with me. Let me repeat. Over 20 some more camera people along with me that marched with me, that walked with me on the University of Liberia campus. There were no one flock at that University of Liberia campus. I left that campus peacefully. Mr. Yeke Koruba came in. The CPP collaboration sent him in. He went there. When I left the university campus between Capital Bypass, I was not even on university campus because I left and came back to the Cinco area. On Capital Bypass, there was a fight between the students. On Capital Bypass, I think 2 of the political institutions. So let's get that very clear. I went to the campus, there are visual evidence to show that. I took over 23 camera people, and from there, I passed through Don Bosco area. After I got you speaking to the students, to the dumbbell, to the bell, and I left from there, and I walked, and came there. What happened behind me, I cannot take responsibility for that.
Thank you very much. We are talking about mob violence here. We are talking about the issue in the country. Let me bring in Ed Remy Gray. Gonna Gray talk to us, Kanyo Barbada, Jefferson Chelsea, and Dr. Beauclerc. Conor Gray?
And Sandra, I do have a video of the former lawmaker chasing down a businessman named Cooper. His name is Boy Cooper, and I hope that incident will not be denied. And the former lawmaker went on at the gentleman's business center, chasing down with blunt object, slit his throat. Fortunately for him, he escaped. And I will wait for the lawmaker to deny, then I'll pass the video on to you so you can show it to the public. But these are the kind of lawlessness we talk about. But the problem with our country, is the lack of, clamping down on impunity. Back in 1492, there's a guy, the British system used to be like this: war against all, man for himself. Thomas Hobbes came up with the notion of, a society of nature. That is God for all, man for himself. Brutality, all kinds of lawless act prevailed in the British system. It was not to the elevation of the death penalty, which goes back to Moses, an eye for an eye. That if you instill those kinds of stringent measure against men, men will be scared. The last time we had a gentleman named Obi in Liberian politics was executed for killing somebody. That was when Liberia was so peaceful, because there's always this reminder that if you take someone's life, yours will be taken as well by the law. And I say this, if you come back to, I was doing a research, and the former police chief of Washington, D.C., under Lee Malvo and the former Marine Muhammad, when they embark on a ploy to gun down people to the back of a car or so. And the police chief came up with a brilliant discovery in his research. He said, until you elevate the death penalty for somebody of that magnitude, these kinds of lawlessness will continue. And I buy into that big time. Big time. You know why? Because Muhammad was executed and Lee was sent to prison for life. We have to have some magnitude of penalty that people would think about before they commit. As the former lawmaker said, most of these kids were born 19, 18, 17 years ago. Maybe some of them might have been exposed while they were refugee in exile to some of this kind of attitude, where in other countries around us, they engulf you in a tire and burn you up and beat you in mob justice. But otherwise, there's nothing to make to deter any of this action, because it goes way back. Forget about last 2.5 years ago under President Weah. It goes beyond that. Our society has been this violent for a long time because there's no remedy that somebody can think about before they commit an act of that nature, of that magnitude. Well, yeah, when they beat that lady up for allegedly stealing.
But we sent her to Ghana. You're right.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So it's not. I don't see this as
political. What's it doing, Joe? We had time, right?
It was
around the election time. So I'm surprised that something similar happened in Gracie, where it didn't happen to this magnitude. Because I personally sent her picture and the video to then President Weah and other members in the government. I just went through my phone and I saw that. So it was around the election time, I believe, Joe Weah government time, the same thing happened. To beat the lady on the street, and they had to kill her. So how can we be as saying, no, the magnitude, the levels are different? So I kind of like shocked to hear that.
It goes back, a while. Forget about the war. Yes, we all have some level of PTSD that we're exposed to. But we've lived the latter part of our 20, 30 years in stable society. So nobody should do this unless there is deterrent. If you commit an act of that magnitude, you will lose your life if you are found guilty. And you know what?
We're not going to preach that because we have
that's my belief. Look,
I agree. I mean, you're military man, but I'm just saying that's not what it's all. Yeah, but again, I can disagree.
I mean, we then need to find a punishment that is so close to that will deter people before they get into those kinds of acts. They have to
So
say,
let's
well,
go to Councilor-
I'll be doing at the compromise, at the detriment of my own life. And yes, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Councilor, Bala,
Yeah.
let's hear you on this
Excuse
issue.
me. No, he said something. I wanted to ask a question because he made a strong allegation here.
Councilor, 1 minute. Let allow Great to ask question, please.
Yeah,
Great,
because
go
he
ahead.
really made a strong allegation. He said he has a video where I caught someone on the neck. There's a public platform. And he said, I ran behind the person and has a video. Can he produce that video evidence? It's very important. Because, you know, Stanton, it's good that we on this network because these are some of the things that people said and they were now corrected. And you're talking about the Bokopo scenario. The first thing Bokopo and I personally did not get involved into any disagreement. He made an accusation. He and a kid fought right where I'm sitting opposite it. Not even in his shop. They call the kid Adriano. Okay, I was right near the shop. I went to go eat. And he made an accusation that brought 25 people to kill him. And he and this kid Adriano fought and they went all the way in his shop. And there's a video evidence to show him this kid tussling. And this case went to the police, and I went to the police station. In fact, I availed myself to the police as a sitting lawmaker because I wanted my name to have been exonerated. So I guess that's what you're talking about. Can you, because there's a public platform, can you provide the visual
Conor Gray,
evidence?
answer your question now. We got to move from Conor
Yeah.
Gray. Do you
So
have
that
the
everyone
the
can see
video?
Akaro's
Conor
video.
Gray, do you have the video or the picture,
Now,
please?
said,
Stanton, I will send you the video, and it will do justice to Boy Cooper. If you can invite him here as well. You know Boy Cooper.
Boy Cooper. I know Boy Cooper. Call him. You get his number. Call him.
We will try to bring Boy Cooper.
Can you bring the video?
You don't have the video right now, right?
I have the video right now.
Put it in the chat
Can you
room.
provide a video while I'm on it?
We are in the chat room. Put it in the chat room, please. We'll move on and we'll discuss that video. Let's bring in Councilor Councilor.
And Stanton, you should please play when they put it there
Yeah,
for public to see, please. I beg.
Well, let me say good evening to you, Stanton, and all the other panelists. I think on the subject matter that there are certain types of malaise or negativity that plague our society that we ought not to politicize. And these are the kinds of things that when we politicize, we simply, expose the hypocrisy within us. And I believe one of such things is this idea or this concept of mob violence. Mob violence within the Liberian setting, especially in post-war Liberia, cannot be attributed to a particular political leadership, or I should rephrase, should not be attributed to a particular leadership, because it is symptomatic of something deeper, something that is so fundamentally and structurally wrong with our system that we ought to fix as a nation. And that's where those of us who profess this centrism CEO come from. That certain problems, the way they are manifested in society, can only be resolved by collective effort and not by blame game and by saying during our time there was a different approach, it was lower. Where are the real statistical tools to show by numbers that it was lower, or it is better now, or it is lower now, or it was better before? We need to go beyond this. But I have a different approach to the mob violence. Why not disagree with the factors that others have already proffered about why it exists? I want to take us back to something as fundamental as the family and responsibility. We have a lot of young people out there, and Akaras are talking about 22, 23-year-olds. I mean, most of us on this platform, we are parents to, children that are either 16, 17, 18, going to 20, 21, 22, some of us are even older than that. Part of the reason we see the level of degeneration in our society, CEO, is because sadly, a lot of men and some women have neglected familial responsibilities. They're not looking after their children. They are abandoning their children. They are not supporting their children in schools. These young boys and young men are becoming public vagrants on motorcycles daily without any level of supervision. So yes, government has a role to play. But we as parents and as the adults in the responsible in society, we also have a role to play. Every individual you see on a motorcycle comes from a family, has a father and a mother who either by choice or by circumstance is not performing the role that they ought to perform. And we need to address that as such. So Akaros and others, including, I know when you bring Jeff on now, he's going to say how the police is weak and the government is insensitive and nothing works now. But is that the kind of approach to solve more violence in our country? We need to
list out some of the approaches you're going to present, and, to help solve this. Give me two for this government right now, because it's
I think one of the things we need to work on is building confidence within the security sector. It's absolutely important. And when I say building confidence, it's not just about arresting corporate and marching them off to jail cells. It's also forming community policing forums. There used to be those. Back in the days when I used to do a lot of work with the Liberian Law Enforcement Association, we used to train police officers before. Those are the things we advise. Forming policing community forum, not vigilante, where they will be beating up people, but wherein the police in the community have lines of communication and they can address these issues. Secondly, the civic education that Brother Russell talked about, I think is exceptionally important. Motorcyclists are also part of the society. You may not like them. You may think they're lesser than you, which I don't believe so, because their vocation is a function of circumstance. But the way we look down on them, the way we treat them, so they look at the former justice sector and they don't see it as an option.
Councillor, we gotta move on. I still get Dr. Bobler, Jefferson, and Vendetta to come in quickly. But let me ask you.
If I may just conclude on this matter.
Let me ask you. No, give a chance to ask you a minute, then you'll conclude.
Okay.
Yeah, backing you. Look at what is happening in the country. I'm talking about not
because he wants to deny.
Can you mute yourself, Conor Gray, please? Conor Gray, can you mute yourself, please? Yeah, just mute yourself. I'm ready. We'll bring him on. So let me ask you, Akano, the situation is bad, not only in Liberia, but across, everybody watching this thing. It was broad daylight. What can this government do right now?
I think number one, to send a deterrent attitude is to do everything to find the culprits and hold them accountable. First thing, you want to send a message that mob violence has no place in our democracy, and there's no justification for taking the law into your hands. That's one of the first things they can do.
Why haven't Gregory Coburn spoken on this issue?
Well, I cannot pretend to know the reasonings around why he hasn't spoken. But what I can say is that he ought to be proactive. Because when you allow this kind of impunity to fester, then it emboldens other people to believe that they can also go and start beating people and killing people.
You are quite correct. Thank you. But maybe he will speak. I try to be very, very reasonable, and I asked the question why he have not spoken, and it's been like maybe 3 or 4 days since this incident. So I think it's way overdue with the urgency that people watching this thing, like you putting people on firing square, and the government have not taken a position. I think it's concerning. Winfrey, let's skip your backing. I want to squeeze everybody in. We got a lot of topic. Winfrey, backing you. Let's skip your question, please.
Right, just a short question to the councillor. That's all.
Go ahead.
Councillor, they're great points. I mean, align a lot with my thoughts and my experience too. The neighborhood watch program that you talk about, I think that's something that needs to be implemented, and I've made that recommendation to the police, and the police is working on something like that. It's sort of like as part of this community policing thing. But the one question I have for you is that, do we have the death penalty in Liberia? Do you know?
No, we do not. We signed up for the charter against the death penalty, so we cannot be killing people.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobler. Let's bring you in. We go to Jefferson Chesing. Well, I'm saying that Vendetta Patrick is back here, then we'll bring him.
I still have this guy waiting. What do you advise?
We gotta call him later. Let's give everyone a chance.
It's on a paid line.
Yeah, but Conor Gray, have you sent us the video? So send us a video. I know Joe Cooper, if that's the person you're talking about, I can call him too. Yeah, so send us a video telling that we'll call him. Let's give others a chance to speak, please. Go ahead, Dr. Beauclerc. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to my friends and to those who listen and watch. Thank you for what you do. Let's stay engaged. I want to say a few things and then I'll make my observation. The first is that I agree with Councillor Bala. Mob violence is not a political thing. So let's not politicize it. Mob violence yesterday was wrong. Today is wrong. It shall forever be wrong. And it's not indicative of who we are. And it certainly runs counter to the rule of law. So it's not a political issue. The second thing I want to say is that we're at a place in our national life when we ought to stay away from making excuses. Leaders who make excuses should not lead. There are countries in Africa that fought war. Nigeria, Algeria, South Africa, Rwanda, Sierra Leone. People fought war and they moved forward. All these post-traumatic syndromes that followed, but people found a way to re-engage and help their citizens. We can do the same. I think the best way to look at this standard is to look at the costs. You know, we see the effect and it's bad, but let's talk the costs. First, it is high unemployment. Second, it is inadequate technical vocational institutes to absorb the energies of all these young people. When you drive around Stanton, that just stand at corners, just waiting for stuff to engage in action. Third, it is not enough support for schools so that they can be more assertive and get these young people off the streets and in school doing something constructive. And four, we need to remember the challenge we face. In the pre-war time, there was about 500,000 people in Monrovia, its environs. Post-war, about 1.5. Why? Because those of us who paid attention to how the war progressed was a guerrilla war, and people kept running to the capital because this was the last safe haven. And after the war, what I thought would have been a Reconstruction era, we failed to have a national relocation program that will attract people to the counties, take the pressure off the urban center so people can go back into places like agriculture and stuff. So people see nothing to go back to from the villages and towns that they left because things were destroyed, they lost family members, so they're in this area. So what happens when something takes place? And I'll give you an example. Just yesterday at Memastam Junction, a motorbike man cut right in front of the car. He was hit and killed. The driver kept driving. It looks terrible, like, wow, you hit somebody and you drove. But guess what normally happens? When you do stop, the mob converge on you. So what people do now, good citizens, they will run to the police station, then they report themselves that I hit somebody over there, and they come back with police. So if we address these underlying causes, and then the biggest way is to do community policing. Stanton, let's just be honest here. I hear this call about more resources. I'm not a fan yet. Do well with the resources you have. And let me tell you, our police are disproportionately assigned not in communities, but with VIPs, with escorts at places where motorbike people can't cross. It doesn't make sense. So I think we need community conversations. The government, the orchestrate community, communities have leaders. Let's start for the next 2 months. Let's have community conversation across communities because community associations do meet. And let's make this the main topic and hear from the people. How can we mitigate this? And then we can. Then we can move forward. Police need to walk around, ride motorbikes in the community, and it would dissuade and discourage these kinds of mob violence, but they're not there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. Jefferson, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. You can hear me? Hello, Stanton. Okay. Thank you. And good evening to the panelists. I saw the video and it was terrifying. And I hear my good brother here, Kanye, saying, I will come on and say this and say, it's because, Kanye, you know that's the truth. And I want to say this. The escalation of the vigilantism and mob violence in our country is due to the level of incompetence in the government and the inability of the police to address this situation. And I will tell you why. During the campaign, a staunch supporter, and a close associate of President Bouaka was caught on camera, beating and executing a man, a very young man, they believe was a supporter of the CDC. That lady, Queen Johnson, was arrested by the police and was let go by the current authority of this police under this government. During the campaign, there was mob violence that led to the death of another man on the Chepeni Freeway. Those guys were arrested. Again, under this administration, the police allowed them to walk because they were supporters of the Unity Party. If the government set these precedents, it emboldens other people to do the same, knowing that the police has no authority again to go after them because they did not prosecute people who were supporters of this government, who did the same thing. This thing happened on camera. You can find those people. Why are the police not doing this to send a strong deterrent to the general public? Why are they doing that? It's because when they had the opportunity to put a halt to this, they squandered that opportunity by allowing Queen Johnson and other people to walk free. This is the reason why you see other people in the community are emboldened to do this, and the police cannot go after them. Those people that are saw murdering that boy on camera, they are available. You can find them. But you see, like I said, the escalation, I'm seeing the escalation because it has increased under this government. And this is due to the incompetent governing process of our country right now. And we must speak the fact. This is nothing about politics. This is about the lives of other people. It could happen to any one of us. It could happen to our children. It could happen to our family members. And we need to be square about this. The police need to step up the game and address the problems ASAP. Go after those who were caught on camera before killing another person. Arrest them now. Don't reward them by giving them jobs. Arrest them, prosecute them under the law. Queen Johnson was saw on camera murdering somebody. That boy died. Up to now, this government has refused to prosecute that case. The guys on Ghana Bay Highway, those guys were arrested, the police released them. So you expect the other people to allow this thing to go free? Yes, it will happen. The police lack the capacity now or the legitimacy to prosecute other people because they fail to prosecute their own. They protected people who they felt were Unity Party supporters, and therefore they cannot go after other people. But I think to curb this, they need to start doing this. Visit the cases that were in the past, prosecute the people, go after people who are still doing it, and it will end this. Yes, community policing will help. We should. But if there's no action, if there's impunity, trust me, Stanton, nobody will be afraid of the law.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jefferson. Oh, Fadela, can you adjust your camera, man? Can you make some adjustment?
Yeah. Are you seeing me now? Yeah, I'm okay. Am I okay now?
Well, good evening, everyone, and those of you in Radio Land. It's good to be back. Stanton, the only reason laws were made was to be applied against individuals and institutions. That was the only reason the Constitution was made or developed, to govern human behaviors. Regretfully, I think there have been compromises in the past for political reasons, perhaps maybe connections. I want to first condemn the incident that took place, referring to this mob violence that we are talking about. I think someone talk about we come from war. This is not a war era. This is an attitude that has been developed by certain individuals to carry on mob violence. Every one of us should condemn this. I do agree people are hurt because some of those individuals who are caught, and sometimes people want to burn them alive, they do terrible things. But is that the way to treat a criminal? I said no. I think my few recommendations to the police is the fact that they have to be very intentional. They have to be intentional to go after individuals. I know there have been some reforms in the past and now to rebrand the police, to make them to be active, morally disciplined, and to implement the law without fear or favor. In the past, mob violence took place consistently. And now we are seeing the repeat. I think what I can say, it's not just about, I hear most of you talking about, we got to talk to the police, we got to educate the people. Law enforcement, I want to say they are there to protect and serve. How do you go about enforcing the law? It's to do it with that intention that every time you see a police officer, you think about the consequences. That if I violate the law, this is where I will go. Many people travel to other parts of the world where I've had an experience like in the US. The fact that you just see a police car in the traffic, you start to worry. Or you look in your view mirror, you see another police car behind you, you are worried. Few things the police need to invest in surveillance collection. The undercover car. The police need to have enough motorbikes. In Guinea, they have surveillance collectors. Ordinary citizens, they call them informants. Every day, they relay information to the police. So before crime can even take place, the police is on the alert. At the time that incident was taking place, all these people that were around, did they call the police? And those who were standing and doing everything else, I support the idea. But I think 4 days is too much. 4 days is too much. By this time, we should see, let me conclude on this. The last time they beat another policeman, in less than 3 days, that individual was apprehended. A lady, I think a mother of a church, slapped a police officer. In no time, she was apprehended. This time around, we asked Gregory to go after these individuals because deterrence will send a clear signal that mob violence is not a way to go. Because sometimes someone will be in one community, they say, oh, roll. As soon as you run, you justify that again, they're running after. Thank you.
Fadela Patrick, thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you. As we move on from this topic, guys, it will be only important to bring in other conversation. The Liberian people hearing you, and I mean, it's a scary time in our country that the bull play. Like if you go to the marketplaces and go do your shopping, like Vandela says, somebody can just say roll. Whether that you or force people coming with stake to beat on you. Look what happened to Dama. Once they say rogue, the man jumping his car, ran straight into Dama car, walk at you on the main road and bust Dama car up because he was running for his life, knowing very well if he's caught, they will beat him to death. So, I mean, what's the solution here? What can Gregory do? Do you think Gregory hands pad up, foot up, and I mean, he's tired? What can the government do holistically from the Justice Department, community policing, and all over? What should be the solution? How can we come together as a community to solve this issue? We have never seen this before, though. Seriously, we have never. Maybe because some of us left Liberia for 20, 30 something years, but I don't think this was around. What do you think is happening now? We'll give you the last word, my brother Winfred Russell. What do you think this is happening now? It's kind of like getting too serious that people are so concerned, and the fear of someone going to Liberia and think they can walk freely in Liberia. I don't want to put this on Gregory, but he should be part of this thing to find a solution. What you think, Winfred?
Thank you, Stanton. No, we should not put this on the police, and we should definitely not put this on Gregory Coleman. I think everyone here, all of the panelists, hit some really key points that we need to follow up on. We as a country, and of course, if the police, if the police authorities, if they are listening, they also need to follow up on the root cause or causes of this extend far beyond the police. And Dr. Brockler talked about it. Councillor Bala talked about it. Tamba talked about it. Everyone talked about it. So let us stop scapegoating the police and go to where the real issues are. Jobs is a big part of it. Civic engagement is a big part of it. What is our sentencing guideline looks like? Councillor Bala, can you talk to us about, we got to look at the sentencing. So if people are caught, what are the sentencing for some of these issues? Now, we then have to challenge the lawmakers, Stanton, because this stuff comes down to the lawmaker. They are extremely, I emphasize, extremely lawless. We need to hold them accountable. They are not setting good examples. It's not an excuse, but it's the reality. Dr. Brockler talked about the issue of escorts. These police officers, and we've talked about it, Dr. Brockler. I've talked about it to them. Trainers who are left from here talk to the police during the training. We talked about exactly what you're talking about. These police officers need to be in the community, not escorting politicians. But these politicians are coming. So this stuff is not on the police. The police will do its part. The police have to do their part. But let us go to the root causes of this issue and start burying our heads in the sand.
So what can the government do? That's the question. The government been there 2 years now, and the increase is there. But we got to move on. We hope that we can hear from the Liberia National Police and they can address this issue. The complacency is increasing in the country. What can this government do? How soon can the government resolve this issue? People are looking, people are concerned. My brother Jefferson Chesson said open the old case, the court case, and he said Queen Johnson. But I believe Queen Johnson is not on any video killing somebody. I believe that. The situation of video that is circulating around ever involved in fighting and beating. I don't know if that's what Jefferson talking about, but we can have that conversation any day. I want to say again, Conor Gray, if you don't have the video, let's move on. If you do,
those videos are posted they're posted in the chat room there. You see them in green.
Okay, it's in the chat room. Okay.
Yes, they're there. And then I still have Boy Cooper on the line here.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me put a video up. It will be doing justice to you. I don't want people to think that you're just making up story, Conor Gray. So I'm going to put a video up, and then we'll ask our folks. One minute, guys. Emmanuel, folks are asking, you say Mr. Cummings is going to bring hope. Will hope solve this thing? Why I upload the video? Will hope solve this thing?
When you listen to all the panelists, the reason why we have most of these challenges, first jobs, there are many of our students graduating from the university not sure whether they will be able to get a job today or tomorrow. This government can offer only between 60 to 65,000 government jobs. The government should not be the #1 employer in this country. So yes, Mr. Cummings is going to go forward because he's going to increase the possibility of having more jobs in the country. He says in his first 90-day salary is going to increase from $150 to $300 to $400. That is hope for those people who cannot afford to take care of their children. Those people who don't have enough income.
I hope, Mr. Thomas, people listen to your argument, but thank you. Conor Gray, I'm still looking for the video, my friend. I see one from Tamba. I'm seeing one from
Can I conclude with this point?
Yeah,
right?
you will conclude. I just want to bring Conor Gray. Conor Gray, can you just send it to me? I'm not seeing it at all, please. What you put in the chat, can you send it to me? Because what I'm seeing is from Tamba and James Goudet. Are those the video you're talking about?
Are you not on the panel list? There I posted it.
That's where I am. Just send it to me. Conor Gray, send it to me, please.
Yeah,
go ahead. Finish out, Emmanuel, please.
And when I spoke about the issue of the Civil War rolling over, I know my good big brother, Dr. Brobless, said that, we should stop. The Rwandan Civil War lasted for only 4 years. 100 years, 100 days of genocide. That's what we record it for. The Civil War in Nigeria lasted for 2.5 years. You cannot compare the length and the destruction, the level of destruction, the level of killing that we did in Liberia, and the length of time of the conflict. We cannot compare them. Then when you go back to the Liberian Civil War, at the end of the Civil War, we did not actually work on structures. If you study Rwanda Civil War, while they were fighting, most of the leaders were in school in Kenya and in Uganda. And at the end of the war, those leaders came back and took over control of the country. So they had a structure in place, but we did not have that structure at the end of the war. Our family value was totally
so respectfully, the point is that we can excuse ourselves from taking action and correcting our condition. Is that what it is? Because ours.
No. I'm not excusing ourselves.
They had war, they had trauma, they had devastation, and they found a way to move forward. And we too can find a way to move forward. We're not putting our best foot forward now. But go ahead.
Yeah, but Dr. Butler, what that is
let Emmanuel finish up, please.
The premise I'm laying is that these foundations were not taken care of at the end of the Liberian civil crisis. We did not take care of those foundations. And that's why we have the challenge we have today. The family system was broken down. We did not take care of the foundation of the family system being broken down. Our leadership was broken down. We did not bring the right people. We are still not bringing the right people to lead our country the way that the country should be led. So right now we have a lot of greedy politicians that are taking almost 80% of all the incomes we have in the country. So that's the challenge.
I want to just interrupt you guys. Thank you very much. Let's leave it right there, my friend. We got to squeeze ourselves on time. We want to appreciate each and every one of you. You send a link. Conor Gray, it's not open. I don't know why. It's not like a video TikTok or something. So I beg for us to move on. I just put it in our link for it to open. It's not.
It's important that you show it. If you don't show it, then you're going to give grounds to.
Yeah, but guys, we cannot go back and forth on this. If anybody can open it, Conor Gray, hold on 1 minute. Conor Gray, hold on 1 minute. Akaris, go ahead.
Let me just make an appeal because it has to do with image and repetition. Which the video is in there. Can we call it? If we can play it today, I agree that you can play it tomorrow. It's very important for image issue. And I really want our video to be played.
Can anybody call it? Every one of us here in the chat room, can you call it? It's not opening on my phone. It's not copying on my phone.
Tomorrow, yeah, please. I can send it to
I can play it today, but we got to cut it.
Let me see whether someone can call it. It's very important for image.
If anybody caught it, we'll play it. Just not.
Let it guys in the background and take a look.
All right, thank you very much, guys. What about the Hotel Africa issue? Dr. Bopler, you in Liberia, and those are some of your major concerns. The government, as we've been reported, Dr. Bopler, have some investors that are interested in the Hotel Africa area, Dr. Bopler. Now, the Hotel Africa area, every one of you know very well, they have churches, markets, schools, mosques, residents in maybe 20 to 25, 30,000.
within that area. It can be more or it can be less. I stand to be corrected. But the government have marked those homes and saying, listen, we're going to break them down, plain and simple. And when the resident gathered, they say, where you want us to go, Mr. Government? The government said, well, we don't have plan to compensate you, but we're asking you to leave. We listened to the public work minister and said the government have no plan and nothing in store to compensate them. So the folks are crying. Let's play this video.
If you check, we don't want to rocker. So you want to come to pour in the street. My children and I get part my husband that like they made. We better, we suffering, so we asking him. Why you want for us to go? Thank you. Because we get nowhere to go.
So those are the folks from District 17 around the Hotel Africa area. This story getting interesting by the day. I mean, we're not talking about just few. We're talking about over 10, 15,000 individuals. Children should be going to school. They will be displayed. Clinics will be broken down where they're going to get treatment. What say you? The government, when we reach out, they got no plan. Roland Guinness on camera saying, listen, the government got no plan to compensate them, but we're asking them to leave. To leave and go where, Dr. Booklet? That's the question.
So, Stanton, I don't know the full history of what preceded this moment, but I would like to think that the government would have a plan. You know, every time you ask people to relocate, you have a plan. A part of the plan can just be, I'm going to give you 1 year's notice that we want to do X, Y, Z here, and we would like you to relocate. So again, I don't have all that background, but I would like to think that the government would do its diligence. Remember, the government represents people. And
but what do you mean you would like to think? I'm about to play your video that the public work minister say, and you say you would like to think. He say the government.
No, I'm saying.
No, but listen, that about he's saying, he's the public work minister, that we got nothing in place to compensate you guys. And I'll play that video. But you're saying you would like to think. So should we just dwell on you thinking, or the public work minister that in the government that know what he's saying? That probably confuses us when you come with this acuteness of words that you would like to think, but the minister that should be the one taking care of this saying we got nothing planned. So where are you, Dr. Booklet?
Nothing I said should be confusing. I'm saying I'm unaware of whatever may have transpired between the government and the resident prior to this moment. In other words, did the government say to the resident a year ago, 18 months ago, that in this area we'll be doing X, Y, Z, you will need to move? Did it happen? And if so, what? Because if the government comes today and say you're moving, and the government didn't say, forget the compensation part. The compensation part is important because it helps with relocation. But if the government said a long time ago that we need you to move from this area, and now the government, whatever timeline may have been set, is being executed, then that's a different story. Now, compensating the people is something else. Why wouldn't you compensate them? Is it because they don't own the area? That was not the land, they were squatters. But even so, there is the human element. So, people are just, the place is overcrowded. The people look for a place to stay. So if you see people there and you want to come and redevelop, you give them time and then you find a way to help them relocate. Did that happen or not? I hear what they're saying, what the public work minister is saying, but were there any conversation prior? Any compensation for?
No, so we hear you. What do you think should happen?
Share with us the information, CEO. Share with us. You always got
no. What do you think should happen? I'm downloading the information. I will share. I'll put it in the chat room. What do you think should happen, Dr. Booklet? In the numbers between 10 to 15,000, where you got the children stay in grade school, right? Elementary school. You got churches, you got these social programs running in those areas, marketplaces, people are hustling. What do you think the government should do now? Even if Joe, we are getting 10, 15 years, told them, say, yo, we're leaving. But we're talking about now. What do you think this government should just walk in? Because one of the information that some Nigerian related to some family members Liberia is going to bring in big investment for that area. What do you think the government should do here?
So let me be very clear. Nothing supersedes the welfare of the people. So Stanton, I would not ask 10, 15,000 people to move without a way to help them relocate to another place. Okay, the government represents people. So I want to be very clear. Nothing supersedes the welfare of the people. The question I'm asking, because that's my information gap, is were there conversations, preparatory things that were done up to this moment? And if there were not, there should be. The people need time. But here's the bigger picture. The bigger picture is we have a standing National Housing Authority, emphasis on national. But yet we do not have affordable housing for almost all of the people who need it. 1-bedroom apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, 3-bedroom apartment. But it's a standing agency with perks and privileges assigned every month, but nothing's being done. Because if you had these places, it would be easier to say in this particular area where there's low income housing, this 15,000 people in 9-12 months will move to that place. You see, solution. But we have certain parts of government that are not functioning, not doing the job of the people. And I think if the people need time and space and help, then give them the time and the help to relocate. These are families. You can't just push them out.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much. I want to bring in Winfred Russell. Let's talk about this. So it got interesting. The people, now I'm listening to the video I'm going to play. We're going to say, I don't know whether there will be any compensation, but we are talking about people that squatting on government land should leave. And I'll play the video. I'm cutting it, but let's hear you. It's getting concerning here. 10, 15,000 or more Liberians will be homeless. And it seems that there is no plan in sight for this from this government. Talk to me.
What's that? What I'm about to say may distress many folks, including many of our panelists. But we talk a lot about the development or developmental landscape of many of the countries around us, you know, our neighbors and all of that. We look at Ivory Coast, we look at Ghana, we look at Guinea, we look at all of those places. National development is not easy and it's difficult and it's painstaking work. Everyone is not going to be happy. Even in this country, we evict people from government land and parks, homeless people and all of that. Okay. Now, you know, the government is invoking eminent domain. Okay. And this is for infrastructure development for all of us, for the entire country, to create jobs. So, I mean, the people are going to protest, but we have to stick at this. And, you know, yes, now, if there were compensation promised, that compensation.
You just said the government is invoking eminent domain. Is that what you just said?
Of course, the government is. I mean, in order to, I mean, that's the legal framework that they have. And
you say the government is following the legal framework, eminent domain. You got anything to show that?
Oh no. I mean, if they were not. If they were not,
so you should say the government should be invoking eminent domain. Don't say the government is invoking eminent domain. Am I correct?
Well, okay. I don't have any of the details. I think that this is a responsible government, so it should be invoking eminent domain. So if it's not invoking eminent domain, then you need to tell me, because I don't have all of the information. But there has to be a community engagement process a part of all of this. They have to give them time to leave, to move out. I mean, we saw what is happening in Abuja, in Lagos. You know, when the government is trying to build a project that will benefit the entire country. You know, so these things they happen all over the place, Stanton. So you know, yes. Now, if there are funds set aside, and Dr. Bropler, you know, made a critical point right there. We have the National Housing Authority. What are they doing? What have they been doing over the years to build low-income housing? But to say that, you know, we're not going to move forward with development because we have people
Should they
squatting
put
on the
over
land.
10,000 people on the street?
Yes, it doesn't matter how many.
You just said yes, they should put them on the street.
I mean, the government needs to move forward with the
Should they
development
put the
and
over
find a way
10,000
to
folks on
accommodate
the,
these
should they
people.
put over 10,000 folks on the street, Russell?
What the government needs to do, the government needs to continue with its development agenda and invoke eminent domain.
Even if it falls of the government putting over 10,000 people on the street, it's okay with you?
If they're duly compensated and if there's a plan to
If they are
relocate
not
them, yes.
compensated, should they put them on the street, Russell?
Say what now?
If they are not compensated, should they kick them out, put them on the street?
No, I think the government should find a way to compensate them.
Oh, okay. Let me bring in Akaris. Akaris, let's hear you. I'll try to help you, Russell, man.
No. Let's be serious, man. All right. What kind of development the government is carrying on to dislodge people? What kind of development? Show me. What's the company that going to develop the entire area? What's the company? What's the name of the company? They say a company that came to the country and want to carry on concession or something that have been ratified by the legislature. Like, let's take, for example, like Farmington came to the country officially. That was President Salif's time. And they engaged the NRC. The NRC engaged the legislature. They needed some investment incentives and all of those things. What's the company? Let's stop joking. When you're ready, don't put the people under the ring. Timing is also important. August, September, around October, stay in rainy season. This period should even be for lightning up to November. The government has not announced to evoke eminent domain. It means that people own certain area, and the government needs that area for a purpose, and then they will pay them off. Okay. These are, you're talking about 10,000 persons? More than 10, 15,000 people we're discussing. More than 10, 15,000 of your citizens. That's what we are talking about. This government is insensitive. Extremely insensitive to the concerns, to the plight of the people. Those are the people who stood in the rain. Those are the people who stood in the fruitless water. What a plan of action the government has to convince the population. Okay, we want to put a structure that is what we intend to do. What's the information dissemination? But people are Ministry of Information, all they do is to insult parents, insult mother. No information. All the thing that happening here is that we just need a place. Show me the concrete information that this government has provided to the public that we are bringing $20 million investment or $50 million investment to this place. So we're asking our citizens that we have to relocate them. We have to take them to another area. We can build low-income homes to migrate them. That's the insensitivity of a government when I keep saying to protect lives and properties. Other people want to defend the government because they are job seekers.
Hey, guys, again, thank you very much for being part of the show. Akaris Great Internet is getting a problem. Let me, Greg, are you back?
The government is on obligation, assuming even if they were squatters, assuming even if they illegally occupy that place, the government is under obligation to provide shelter somehow, or some degree of compensation, and not just to move in and break people's homes down. See the people crying that they voted for Unity Party. They're not different people that your partisans is dislodging. Forget about even partisans, but are they not Liberians? Is this what we're going to justify? Show me one infrastructure, major infrastructure development that this government has carried on in the last 2 years. That we can say, yes, the government is doing well, besides working out $10 billion home in Foya. Show me, point that to me. I'm ready beside the police booth. The police booth that in the middle of the road, that cartoon. Show me a concrete infrastructure home development, hotel or other areas that this government has been able to bring the investors into the country. What's the investment portfolio of the company? What's the name of the company? We can't run the country like this. We can't defend everything. The people who voted for the government, They voted another government out of power because they believe this government will have redeemed them, will have emancipated them. Students are in school. Take the churches off. Maybe you can say, "Whoa, get relocated." But students are in school. Look at the time in school just open. You may have nothing less than 4 to 5 students. Not only that place. Not only that place. Okay? About the schools being located there. But what about the students that are going to schools in other areas? Some of them may go red light. Some may leave the county and all of those things. Is that what we want in the country? To display our people when there is no war? Is that what we want to do when you say, they say, "Oh, see, government time." We passed that level. People still wearing a care backward. We passed that time. We are in a new dispensation commitment. That was something I can't show. I can really appreciate that of both players. Because people should not find this.
Conagray have a technical issue. Conagray, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there and move on.
Stand down.
I want to bring you in.
10 seconds, please. 10 seconds.
Dr. Bopler, please. Go ahead.
So I just want to say that, look, I'm hearing, right, I'm getting information that the government did talk to people, give them time and all those things. And it seems like maybe the time is up. However, given the challenges in our country, high unemployment, the beginning of the school year, and our lack of executing in terms of housing for people, affordable apartments where people live, I would say that the government should give people more time and put some resources to relocate them. We should not let the urgency of investment dollars.
Thank you. Your 10 seconds expired. You're on injury time. Thank you very much. I want to say to all of you, this is a very unique bread and butter situation here, right? The government is on a slippery slope. I want to lay this out, then we can go to the rest of the team. This government is getting into a serious problem. If President Bouaga ordered his public work ministry to take those people from there because they're expecting investors to come and invest in that area, President Bouaga is in serious problem. Who does that to her people? Without any kind of affordable housing, other intervention that can help these people. So you get your Nigerian investor coming, or you get your Liberian investor coming, whatever investor you get coming, bringing 500 million or 200 million or 100 million, can they take some of that money and help relocate those people? Can the government put things in place through the housing, wherever, to help them? How can we sit here and say it's okay for those people over 10, 15,000, 20,000 to be displaced? Does that make sense? Children that should be in school, we got nowhere to go to school. Does that make sense? I don't see here in America, Winfred Russell, that they would take them from government property and just dash them out without affordable housing. Winfred, you're a councilman, you know that is wrong. For you to say we can do it here in America, so it's okay to do it to them. Winfred, I'm surprised at you, my dear brother and friend. You know that it's wrong. You know that you got mechanism in place. Right now, if you got no job, right now, if you got nothing here in America, go to unemployment office. Social worker that will be finding place for you to sleep. They will find job for you. They will give you hot meal. You know that, Winfred Russell. You can do that comparison, my brother. Hey, man. How can we sit here and say it's okay for the people in District 17, Monserrato County, to kick them on the street? When a woman said, my husband just died in May, I got my children. Where's the government pity? If you want to get them out, it's fine, but find place for them. Let's listen to the public work minister. Listen to him.
And so in that event, of course, there will be some people who will be affected. But we are doing the work now to gather all the information in the government
So, Honorable Minister, would there be any level of compensation to those who
We
people
don't
are
know
living
that
running?
yet, whether that will happen. But besides that, people are living there, squatting on government land. So whether you're going to be compensated, I can see that. Government may not have the money to, but we'll make a determination.
We don't know that yet. We don't think it will happen. Whether you be compensated, I can't say that. We just after the investment year. Can you imagine now? This is Gordon Giddings, your public work minister, breaking down the people's homes, telling the people, say, you're going the street, but you know what? 2029, you can vote for us again.
A gentleman spoke.
Make a display. Excuse me, sir. Conor Gray, you said something?
I said that gentleman spoke beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. Good English. We understand that. So at the end of the day, though, how can you sit down? The government have no one plan, right, to compensate these people. Let me say this. I was having an argument when I was speaking to some of the community dwellers at Obople, and they brought about the overhead bridge. You know the bridge they're building over there at Obople? And I said, it's a good thing that the government doing that. And somebody said, but Stanton, the radio station, you know, they broke it down. I said, oh yeah? They say, yeah, they broke the radio station down, the fans. Maybe if you drive in front of you know what I'm talking about. So I said, well, it's not my radio station. I go ask Madam Titi. Maybe she know what happened. So I decided to call Madam Titi, right? And Madam Titi said, then Public Work Ministry, not only the Spoon Network fans, but all the people that live within that section, right? They compensated them that if they break your fence down, you can put another fence. And therefore, Madam Titi built a new fence right there, all the way going down. So everybody that were involved, most people, I'm not going to say everybody. So I said, oh, Madam Titi, that's why she said yes. So she built a new fence, new gate, everything, because the government compensated. That was good. Why can't we put things in place for these over 10,000 folks that will be displayed? Where would the children go to school? I mean, no plan, folks. Now, the next question people want to ask, who are the investors coming? And we know the investors, we know the people the government talking to. So who are they? I'm going to tell the Liberian people who they are. Are they coming with real money or just by name? And we'll wait for another 3-4 years after this government before you see anything moving. So you're going to break the place down and displace the people. Then everybody will be going on VOA refugee camp, because I was on VOA refugee camp within District 17 back then, right? And if you go do such a thing, put tank around, display the people there, the place sit down there for another 3-4 years before investor from Nigeria come. Does that make sense? Emmanuel, I mean, let's hear you, man. It's sorry for if you listen to the folks, they're crying, you know, yes, and Roland Giddings said there is no plan yet. I'm concerned, man.
I remember that community because when we were young, there was this beautiful song that was on the radio, OAU, welcome to Liberia. All my people, welcome to you. You know, that community is a historic community. It was built in 1979 by President William Albert Tolbert in order for us to celebrate African unity, a community of peace and love. Reported statement is that 393.2 acres of land that the government is claiming for national development. But one who have expected that even if you have investors coming and you need that area, people have been living in that area since 1979, and people are continuous to live in that area because of government neglect of the OAU village and Hotel Africa. That's the reason people move in that area, and most of the people there were from displaced community. So one would expect that our government will invest in us. I shared a story on this network some time ago about my visit some time ago to the United Arab Emirates in Dubai, and looking at how that farming community, their government took them from the farming community and moved them out, built the infrastructure, and move them back into the infrastructure. And both moving them and bringing them back, the government compensated them. Why can't our government find a place to move our people and build that structure and move our people in that structure? I agree with other panelists. Since President William Arotaba built the Hotel Africa in the African Village, built Barnesville Estate, built Garnersville Estate, built Cabra Estate, none of our presidents, I mean, Samuel Doe with Matadi, none of our presidents have built low-income estates for our people. And that's what we need in our country. We don't need a 10 million mansion in 4 years. Monrovia is overcrowded, and one who I think that this government who have thought about that. Displacing 5,000 people is not an easy deal. It's a serious issue. It's a serious problem, and hopefully Minister Giddens and his team will sit back, think, because the deadline is October 30th for those people to move, which is almost two weeks from now. They need to rethink this thing of moving people. It's important. I agree with national development. I agree with Better D that we need national development, but national development must also come with compensation for the national coffers. We all should enjoy the benefits of the national coffers. And if it means that 5,000 of our brothers and sisters in that OAU village community will enjoy the benefits of this, that's what we need to do. We need to sit back and build a community to move those people into. Why we allow the investors to come and take over that. It's a large land, 393 acres of land. It's a lot of property. And again, that's why I offer those people in that area. Many of them are saying we voted Joseph Boyka. But there is a gentleman, his name is Alexander Cummings, and he's offering you something better than this. And Alexander Cummings will not be removing Liberians and displacing them in their own country. He will be helping for us to develop low-income houses so that our country can be the prosperous country that it ought to be and that it should be. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, my dear brother. Kario, let's hear you. Councillor?
Yeah, I'm trying to mute the thing. I think, firstly, any displacing of people, especially poor people in our country, is a sad thing, given the socio-economic conditions of our people. People are really struggling. Liberia is a poor country, has always been a poor country. And then to have the double, entente of saying, leave where you stay, it is indeed sad, and it's something to think about. That being said, we should be very careful with the phraseology or the wordings that we use, because they create a certain disposition on the part of the citizens, and equally so on the part of the government. Now, two words. Firstly, eminent domain. Normally, eminent domain is exercised wherein those occupying the property actually own the property, and government is stepping in and saying, because I am government, I want to take your property that you own and compensate you so that I can use it for national development. In this case, the land that these people, Liberian citizens who deserve to be treated well by their government, nonetheless, let the record reflect that Liberian citizens occupy is land owned by the government and not by those citizens. So this is not eminent domain. This is the government saying that it is government land. Let's make that clear. The second thing, when we use words like compensate, you also create an entitlement. Compensating means that I have done something for which it is required that you pay me. There's a level of entitlement of an economic right that has been created. In this case, again, we should not say government is compensating, because it would then suggest that these people have something that they are entitled to that government must pay them to acquire. I would say there is adequate history wherein when government was carrying on development, say building the roads, they had the RAP, the resettlement packages that they pay to people who were on those roads or have moved onto the roads. My brother Jefferson Chesing was very intimately involved with those, where you pay packages to people. So what is the point I'm making? I'm saying, firstly, both the citizens need to recognize that where they stay is government property. Times are hard, but they must recognize that. Government also needs to recognize that times are hard, and there has to be a better way to deal with these people who are on the property. It is not a question of entitlement. Having established that, I would say something that is reasonable in terms of an agreement needs to be reached between people who are clearly on government property in terms of how they are repatriated or what kind of resettlement support is given to them. Because at the end of the day, like I think it was, I don't know who pointed that out, part of the reasons people have moved onto these places and been living there for so long is because of government neglect. And even we go back into property law, adverse possession. If you leave your property without paying any attention to it consecutively over a period of 20 some more years, and somebody lives there, caught a visit, does it openly, and you don't challenge it, you're creating themselves a property right. So I think within that framework, government ought to engage them from a point of sensitivity that these are our citizens. We are instituted to care for them, to look after them. Therefore, let us do it with empathy. Let us do it with care. But we must also caution our citizens that in these types of situations, especially when this is not your property, the right way to engage is not to say that we will be defiant, but to recognize that it's government's right. And again, maybe that's why I want to conclude on this. You know, maybe that's why we probably need presidents who will not be up for re-election, because this fear about re-election that I must go back to the people hovers over the politicians there so much that sometimes decisions that are just right for the country don't get made because we are afraid of being unelected. So lead with empathy, but also lead with justice. And citizens also must respect the fact
we understand, Councilor, allow us to push you a little bit here, right? Compensate the people. It may not be your property to bend there, right? I think they have revised the law to 15 years. And so I was speaking to other people. Instead of the 20 years plus 1 day, they changed it to 15. But it has nothing to do with eminent domain. But I think this government should be a responsible government. If you're trying to make those people to be refugees in their own home, make them to be displaced, find a solution prior to getting them out. The country is hard. That's just a common sense. Don't you think so? The country is extremely hard. All right? Whether you are in for that, the government have not signed anything with any investor. There are things that they're thinking about in the future. People from Nigeria and some folks here from around the world coming down and say we are interested in the Hotel Africa area. People are saying it. One of the individuals that actually they went there this gone Saturday to break down his fence, that was Oyinima. Oyinima, the guy that got beer factory. But when we investigated, Oyinima bought that land, he got a deed. Councilor, you see what I'm saying here? He bought the land from the government of Liberia during President George Weah Time. He got a legal instrument, Councilor. They went there this gone Saturday. I sent my guys there. They were bought after marking his property, deemed for demolition, right? They gave him 30 days. On day number 8, and you gotta listen to this, on day number 8, Roland Guinness sent his people to break the main fence down. When they saw the caterpillar and the yellow machine, thank God we were there. They gave him 30 days. Day number 8, they went to break his fence down. Who stopped it? Minister Oswald was stopping. They had a place of phone call to Minister Oswald Tuwai, and Oswald Tuwai said, but the main letter that I'm looking at gave him 30 days. And by the way, though, the man bought the land. These are the documents. We're able to lay our hands on all of the document. Now, you can tell me that whether Joe will go and give it to him clandestinely, you can have that political argument, but he bought the land. And I want to share the document with you guys. You will see it for yourself. Other people are saying among these people they call squatters that they bought the land, one of which have sued the Liberia government. Can you put it in the chat room? I'll send it to you, Fubi. Can you put it in the chat room, please? Look at the letter that they have written. They have sued the Liberian government. The government is not operating in precision. People got the D. If you want to do eminent domain, negotiate with them. Just don't go and rob them of the property and say, you know what, it is our right. So where are we? Now you know what I'm saying. You get him a point. Should we put over 10,000 Liberians? Just because we say we're getting somebody coming to invest, you'll get out. Or should we have a situation in place that can compensate, accommodate, and help those people?
You know, CEO, I like the way you approach the matter because I want to believe you are not like Carlos and others who are just trying to unduly politicize when he says something like, only somebody who is seeking a job will defend this. Whereas he has never worked a day in his life except for working for government. And he's only doing this because he wants to be re-elected. So who's desperately seeking for a job? It's people like a Karos. But you do this because you genuinely believe that something should be done. Now, I don't want to get all legalistic, but there's a fundamental principle of law that you cannot give what you do not have. In other words, whatever you acquire that is not acquired from the proper owner, you have not acquired at all. Let us establish firstly what is right, and then let us work with empathy, love, and care for our people. That's what I'm saying. So people may have acquired these, but let's take this
Councillor, I like your argument. Guys, I beg you, you just get off your second here. Councillor, there was a letter that came from the list of Esther Grisby, and I'm about to share the letter with you guys, to Oswald Tuwai, complaining that the Land Commission sold at the time they were selling land illegally. Who had the authority to sell land? Isn't it the Land Commission? Councillor? Those people that are buying the land, how do you think they, listen, I'm happy to go through the government entity to buy a piece of property. Who make the determination as to whether it's legal or illegal? If I'm going to the place, the government have directed me to go to if I want to purchase a piece of property like a land. So, Councillor, how can you say these people illegally obtained these deeds and bought those land when they bought it under a legal system, legal government, someone that had the power to represent the government and approve these different deeds like I'm showing you right now? Will you say that Oyema bought his land illegally? Is that what you are saying, Councillor Kano Barak?
Well, again, I did not say that Oniyama bought his deed land fraudulently. That was not my argument. My argument, and again, I've not examined those documents to determine the authenticity of those documents. What I am saying is that you cannot acquire something that you do not have the right to acquire, and no one can give you what they do not have. Fundamental principle of property law. That said, let's come to the real subject matter here, so that it doesn't get lost in translation. My point here is that we must strike a balance between implementing what the law is and dealing as a government with empathy and love for our people. Whilst we recognize that this property is government property, but there are Liberians on that property, and Liberians are there for the government to service them. Therefore, let the government engage with them from a point of love and care and resolve this amicably. But they must not approach this from a point of entitlement, because it is government's land.
You're wrong, Daniel.
No, we can't. No.
Why are you interrupting me?
Let Kanye finish. Everybody will have the time. Kanye, go ahead, close up on your argument.
Now, as a roundup, like I said, we all can agree that times are hard in Liberia. There's no dispute about that. Joseph Boyka did not bring hard time. George Weah did not bring hard time. We've been poor since 1847. We have not changed much. Times are hard. Liberians are struggling. For a Liberian to be dispossessed of their land at this point in time is a catastrophe. Therefore, we are urging the government, whilst it is your right to that property, exercise that right with love and care for the people. Make sure that the resettlement is done reasonably, that they have a place to go, that it is not a forceful process. They also must recognize that it is the government's right to do what it is doing. Let's balance it. Let's not play politics with this and say, oh, it is because of some other reason.
Let's bring the other people in. Councillor. You know, people respect you because of your tattoo. But we try to take that tattoo from you and keep you as kind of bad. In the code of public opinion right now, Councillor, you cannot say the institution that is given the authority to sell land, monitor the sale of land on behalf of the government and the Liberian people, sold land to Liberians, and you say you don't think it was done legally under an elected government.
I did not say that.
Okay, case closed then.
I did not say that.
Case closed. Let's bring in you, Jefferson. You live in district number 17, I do believe. Let's hear you. I believe this is 17, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Stanton. Just a few corrections I need to bring in before I go to the actual issue. And I think Emmanuel, right, said that no government decided to build low-cost housing. That is incorrect. Under our administration, former president, we have built couple of low-cost housing around this country. And you are aware, Stanton, that happened. So, can you, first thing, you talked about adverse possession. Adverse possession does not apply to public property, government lands. It does not apply. So, in this case, there's no adverse possession. Secondly,
you are teaching your professor. Wow.
No, I just reminding you.
You're a good student. You're a good student. You just taught the professor something.
You can't put me a
They may misunderstood me. You understand our concept?
You can't put me a professor, but yes, adverse possession does not apply to public property. And also, you remember in 2003 there was a law called the Environmental Protection and Management Law that was passed. It's a legal framework for sustainable development. Yeah, it maintains that all projects undergo environmental impact assessment, and it's because they want to evaluate potential environmental and social consequences. So if there's a project that is coming up at Section 10 of that act.
This guy is a good student and teacher in class at Ogoplay. He's a good student. Wow. Go ahead, start us more provision in the law.
So Section 10 of that law requires that developer to identify and mitigate adverse impact on communities, including displacement, loss of livelihood, or environmental degradation. So if this government is serious about that project, they are under obligation. The people are not going to appeal. They are under obligation by law to get just compensation for their relocation. They are under. So that's why when I saw the public works minister standing down there and telling the people that he doesn't know, look, I said, yes, these guys are actually incompetent and ignorant. We cannot treat our people like that. We cannot continue to disrespect all our laws in this country. There's no law that I've left for this government not to disrespect. I've never seen this type of government before. You can't tell the people you're doing a favor. Even center, we can't beg this government to give the people their money. They are obligated by law to resettle the people. This is why you see even those along the corridors, the road corridors in this country on Red Bay Road, We have to resettle them. That's why it's called the RAP, the Resettlement Action Plan.
Let me that General say. I think you put a lot of stuff, or a lot of other people to write on that. I'm writing to. I can't write no more. I'm not a lawyer, but I respect everything you just said here today, beating on Kanu. Kanu forget those provisions within the law, I believe, or he did that intentionally. We got a lot of story on this thing. Should the government compensate those people? Should the government just displace them and forget about them? Because we are talking about women. We are talking about children. We are talking about schools here. Emmanuel, you have not spoken, right? You spoke, Emmanuel?
Emmanuel has spoken. I haven't spoken.
We'll come to you, Tamba, then we'll go to Fubi and our brother Fandela. Hey, Tamba, we talk about, yeah, thank you. Tamba, we're talking about children that need to be in first grade. We talk about women that got no husband, and they got a family. What's the sympathy of this government? We don't want to put politics in it, but we have to. Now, if you hear the story about who come to invest, they are not investing like tomorrow. They are investing in the near future, right? But we are displaying these people right now. Right now, we want them to leave. To show what? And without, hey man, I felt sorry with my brother Winfred Russell say it can happen here in America and we can leave the people on their own. But talk to me, Tama.
Yeah,
man, stop gaslighting me.
Winfred, I know you want to take my name now. Winfred, I know you want to take my name now. But let me just chime in on this. Look, the issue of this Hotel Africa came up, I think, in May when we saw the notice from the land authority informing the people that they're going to be evicted. This is an eviction action because apparently there's a land deed for the Hotel Africa property belonging to the government. We can take this on a multi-pronged approach, or we can look at it on a two-way. The social empathy aspect for the citizens who live there, and the legal and developmental aspect. And I see, my colleagues have already chimed in. But here's what I'm going to say. In any society, the way a government treats its most vulnerable population has a lot to say about its empathy and how you take care of certain people. That's one thing. No matter how much illegality the occupants of that place may have violated the law, but we also have other aspects that have gone into why that place has been abandoned over the last 40 years. The Civil War, for example, our systems and structures breaking down, our entire rule of law broke down, and we are trying to rebuild a post-war nation. And now you have people who have encroached on our property over the last 40 years, children who have been born there. You have an entire community. Even if you can establish the legal right of the government must still take into account the well-being of the populations who are currently living there. No matter who is president, no matter who is land authority director, no matter who is justice minister. It's about your people. It's about the welfare of those people who live there. On the legal aspect, you can argue all you want to argue. But 40 years is a long time to abandon a government property. And we understand what we went through as a civil war country, a post-war country. The only thing I'm going to add to everything everyone has said is that the government must be flexible and accommodate these families and give them some time to relocate. 90 days is not enough time. Even if they are encroaching on our land illegally, I don't think 90 days is enough time. Government must come with a multi-pronged approach. Relocation, identifying families who can accommodate some of these families, and even if it is a minimum allowance that's given to them to settle in, I think that will help. Secondly, the land issue is a greater issue across Liberia, Stanton, and to all of my fellow panelists. We may just take the Hotel Africa issue, but if you look across Liberia, land issue is one of the greatest threats that we face today. You have people buying a land and starting to develop it 10 years, 20 years later, and then other families come up or the village come up and say, this is our land. It happened to the Millennium Real Estate Development under the Job Manor We Are leadership. You guys are read about that. You guys know about that. It happened in other communities. This is something I was a CEO that needs to be addressed holistically. As I said earlier, No, we can have this piecemeal approach. It doesn't matter who the investor is, whether they're coming next year, whether they're coming the year after. But development in our country, we must take a holistic approach and say, okay, how do we make sure the development benefit the community, benefit the people, is sustainable, and put the rights, and of our citizens and our population ahead of any kind of international development corporation or investor right. And that's where we should. I think these are the fundamental things we should consider before moving forward with the Hotel Africa repossession and moving those families to another location.
Thank you very much. You see, you brought about the Menunan Compound community something. You guys know that story. Emmanuel told us that Aunt Jemima and they were all involved into the clandestine behavior of the company as they reported. It's bad for us, who knows another individual coming here to play these different games. We got to be careful. Our folks will be displayed. Just no joke. Make no mistake. People begin to sue the government already. Public service announcement, government prepares to take back Hotel Africa Golf Course and its historic villa. And this is from the Liberia Land Authority when they put out that announcement. And then we're going to show the letter that somebody is going to court to sue, the government. You're going to put the poor and say, yeah, you're 3-year-old, you're 4-year-old, you'll go out. We don't want you. You'll get no place to stay. The announcement that you're talking about, they give the announcement, but is it sufficient? Is it sufficient? Why are we making these mistakes? Because we got no vision. And where there is no vision, the people perish. Let's bring in Fubi. Fubi, what's going on here? Is this the best way to go under this government that we can see ourselves and our family, our neighbors? We care less. We're going to drive past them, but we're going to make sure that they go on the street. Where are they going, Fubi?
Yeah, and you said it right. Where there is no vision, the nation perish. And I think first thing the government needs to firstly distinguish between the squatters and those who legitimately bought the land from government. Like the letter that you talk about, I will share in the chat room. You see there by one Izuma Zeze. It was bought in 1983. And Samuel Doe signed on that deed, public sale of land. He signed on that 1984. You just talk about Nelson Oniyama and buying from government. Then you come and you already categorize everybody in the same basket and say you want to evict them, give them 30-day notice. First thing, establish those who bought, those who are squatters. Then you have to give them different treatments. Those who bought, if the government wants to use the place, if you're talking about evoking eminent domain, then you have to compensate them. Those who are squatting, they are also Liberians. So you can't just throw them on the street and say, wait 30 days, pack your bag and go. So you have to find some resettlement package for them and see how you can get them relocated with a reasonable time frame. The issue about kids being in school, closing and shutting down schools. How are you going to make provision for them to continue their schooling if you want to get them out of that community? So they have to move to a new community. They have to start life all over. So are you as a government going to ensure that they move into the community where they have public schools, that you want to ensure that they get in those schools and enroll? These are all issues that you consider. So on the public work minister, you can also come to the public and say you have no idea. But the first thing to even decide that you want to evict people from the place, you must have knowledge of all the plans that you have to do. You can't just walk to a place, we're coming to clear people out here, we don't have no plan, we don't know whether there is a plan to compensate them or not. That is totally wrong. And I think the government needs to backtrack on some of their actions. It's not every action that you might think that is okay because government owns part of this land. So yes, so we can just go and just clear people out of them. If government legitimately sold the land to people under legitimate government, those land were now bought during wartime to say, oh, it was the wartime, people bought their land. Like the issue I talk about 1984, Samuel Doe Sane as president. You just talk about Nelson Oniyama, we bought it under President We Are Stand. These are all, and I show there are many other legitimate buyers like that for whatever purposes they pay for it and government sold. So government needs to understand these things and be taking this kind of action. You have to take action with level head. You can't just go there and arbitrarily start marking people's homes and start carrying bulldozers to move. And there where the issue about, I disagree with the point that we need one president that will not be seeking re-election. No, it's not about whether you're seeking re-election or not. You can evoke development. Even if you're seeking re-election, once it's legitimately done, nobody will have issues with you carrying out development, whether you want re-election or not. But not because you want re-election, so you don't want re-election, so you just get on the street, flush people out of their homes, and say yes, whether you're elected or not, we want development to come. I don't want re-election, so you invest in your business. The government is not government by itself. Government is the people. The people owns the government. So even government land, people land. So government might have some priorities to do certain things, but they also for the people. So we got to understand that basic thing. First article, all power inherent in the people, all free governments are instituted by their authority and for their benefit. So you're not in government because you're government. You're in government because the people's lives must be better. And throwing people on the streets because you want to develop a piece of land, I don't think you're achieving the purpose of even being in the position that you're in as a government. So there are different stuff you got to understand. So, and comparing Liberia to America, when you know that there are certain things Americans will not just already do, is also wrong. Look at no child should be on the street. America got programs to take care of children not be on the street. So if they can even take children from their parents, and you have caregivers to take care of them, government will pay them. So can you compare that to Liberia? No. So we should understand the comparison before we just start to make them because. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Fubi. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me bring in our brother right there, Vendetta Patrick. Talk to us, sir.
So thank you, CEO. This is a very controversial issue, and sometimes we evoke emotions. I listen to all of us, specifically Fubi, Jefferson, and the other people. They are quoting the laws. But when it comes to the government, then the law should be relaxed. On the other hand, we evoke sympathy. I want to state clearly, morally, a government is under obligation to find solutions, especially in these kinds of situations. Legally, the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, and this is to Jefferson Chesson, to defeat his argument that there is a new law, talks about environmental something. Jefferson, you are quoting recent law. The Supreme Court of Liberia ruled in 1989 between Komia, K-O-M-A-R versus Minister of Justice on the issue of illegal squatting on government property. You know what the Supreme Court said? The Supreme Court ruled that the Minister of Justice that happens to be the principal advisor of the government is under constitutional authority to warn squatters of government properties to leave. If they don't leave, the Minister of Justice has the authority to evict them. There is already a ruling on on people squatting on government properties. It has been established, 1989. That law you are talking about, environmental law and this and that, the Supreme and law is precedence. You cannot undo that. This decision was made by the highest court of the land. What we can say to our parents, our brothers and sisters, is the fact that there are people who legitimately acquire the land. They have that legal entitlement to insist they are not leaving. For those of you who went there illegally, because you don't have a deal, I want to suggest this. Set up a delegation. Engage the government of Liberia constructively, not with the entitlement that you can't leave Because there is already a ruling that when you are squatting on government land, no matter what happens, the government say move, you got to move. If you not move, the Supreme Court finish rule. They say they can move you from there. And let me say this to the government. You can go in a deal. If this investment is coming in our facility, look, sit with the leadership and say, look, we want to make some compensation or maybe give you something in the meantime. But if this company comes here to operate, we will give you first preference for employment opportunities so that while you are away and this company is operating, we'll give you, because you are the direct victim. You've been here, you've been protecting the facility. Send here is an investor coming. We encourage the investors. Many of you that are here, some of you have skills, you are technicians, you can work in different areas. We'll give you a first priority to be hired by this company so as to ease some of your burdens. That way, the government will be striking a deal and find a common ground. I am sure many of these people who are insisting they're not leaving, they got no place to go. I think the tension will slow down, provided whether this company is already on the ground and they are ready to hit the ground running. This is how you mitigate conflict. But on the issue of legality, we got to be very clear that the law is the law. But government operate on two things, morality and legality. The moral aspect has to be taken into keen consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for that, Patrick. I think it's that we're going to hear from Aaron Gray and we'll close up on this. Colonel Gray, let's hear you, sir.
Yes, Stanton, thank you. You know, from what I've heard from all previous speakers, is this perpetuation of the culture of impunity. This is where our country is falling short. It will be a very beautiful land if only we abide by the law. And I hope the government will also move into reclaim Peace Island with all those illegal squatters. You know, one of the arguments I'm hearing is that if you stole my property, then I discover it 20 years later, I should compensate you for it because I didn't come 20 years to claim it. Whether or not it takes 100 years, if you're in possession of illegal property, i.e. stolen property, stolen wealth, anytime they thump on you, the onus is on the government to reclaim it without any hindrance. The law supports that. What I'm hearing is that people moving government land illegally, oh, let's see if we can compensate them. Whether or not somebody has the skill to take certain employment, we should employ them because they are direct victim. Everybody is fleecing this attitude of impunity. If you squat on government land illegally and government comes in, you move. If you're lucky, you're compensated. I like Mr. Councilor Ballard. The word compensation is not even supposed to be used because then you show some entitlement. I agree. How you move on government land? 10,000 people stole government land. You say because there are 10,000 people, we should not just move them from there. Regardless of the number, regardless of the size of the thieves, government has the audacity to reclaim that which belongs to it. That's how the world law. I mean, that's how the law works. Some people will not like it that way, but let me tell you, if somebody were to steal your property and you recover it 20 years later, you're going to go compensate them for it? You buy it back from them? Is that what the law says? If somebody can remind me which part of the law says that, I'll be willing to learn. We're all here to learn. But you know what? This culture of impunity has claimed us as a group of people from the foundation of our land, of our country, until we begin to take some drastic measure that before people move and squatter on government land, they would think about 50 years from now, they can come and take this land from you, and you have no recourse to justice. Look, we're making noise about Onyama, they evicting everybody, politicizing the idea. They evicting everybody but Onyama. Well, Onyama showed something that he bought the land from a certain government, the CDC government. CDC government. But you see, they kind of walk on that fine line because proponents are here pushing that this government is moving everyone but Onyama. They caused the harm. They sold to Onyama. That land, that 380 some more acres of land was actually zoned in a particular way, not for residential. It was zoned that way. Go back and look at the laws. So when you say 50 years later, how many years later government come, they have no right to take the land? That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Thank you very much, Greg. Let's move on. Thank you very much, Conor Greg. Again, guys, I think some of us will just stay here in America and call it a day. Yeah, I think it look great. We're close on a given minute. You spoke on this already. I want to play some video on about Greg, then we'll come to you. I think some of us will just, it's so, you care less. Over 10, 15,000 individuals will be displayed. You say, so what? These people didn't buy land from an individual, or they didn't squat up on an individual land. Who is the government? The government is the people. Have we forgotten? The government is the people. Your sisters, your brothers, your neighbor will be on the street. When asked, the public administrator said, but me, I don't know. That is to say, this government have no plan, but one, just get rid of them, put them out. Why don't they go sleep in the graveyard? And you're looking at what people sleeping in the graveyard. These are some of the things. Are you kidding me? Because the law said 20, if you don't know, this is, it's not an individual land, it's the people land. And the government saying, we are in charge of you, and as a government, we want you out. We want to develop that place. But should the government just kick them out? Is this our conversation tonight? The government can just say, listen, you go, we gave you for 9 to the 30th. Yes, the letter. Before the letter, that one of the lawsuits are coming forth. The Central Law Offices Incorporated is suing the government of Liberia. Somebody bought the land. Said 7 kilo town, they say no, that government land. So 7 kilo government too wasn't a legit government. Georgia government wasn't a legit government. I mean, we should understand that. Take out our partisan hat. The government can find a solution. The government should find a solution. Not just kick the people on the street. This is not Joseph Yima Boyka that we know. Every one of you that will send even President Boyka the ball and tell you, say, kick them out, he will say, no, I'm not doing it. Whether that President Boyka children bringing investment, whether that Nigerians or American or European bringing investment, there's a pathway to a better solution here. But you sit on the show and say government will kick them out. How dare you? Because you are fortunate to have everything you want and the people just suffering and hustling. You know how it is to live in Liberia today? You quoting and twisting the law and say the law for this, the law for that. The law was made for men, and men wasn't made for the law. And at the end of the day, we should all be respected of the law. When the government sit and the government realize that this will be a problem, the government should find a solution. Look at this lady.
What's your name again?
My name is Devontae Johnson.
Okay.
I'm a resident of the community. First of all, our constitution says The government is for the people and by the people. Our government is responsible for all as a citizen to give us shelter. But now, we ourselves, for some of us live in a community, we obtain a deed. We come to the community and we build a durable houses in the community. We're not even close to the hotel. The citizen went way in a swamp and build durable houses. And even if the government is talking about development, your citizens are already developing your country. Who build Ghana? Ghanaians build Ghana. Nigerians build Nigeria. So how do Liberians build Liberia? That through us, our country will be built. Today, when we get our money, they say, oh, you go to America, you go build durable horse there, you buy horse. And we don't want to do it. We want to go to other countries as we see them good. Let our country be good. Then our government can abruptly say they're taking off from here, they get off, only 1 month to leave the place.
Now, I want to understand this thing, and probably you have close to 500 persons watching us now. The folks want to understand, how did we get here? First of all, in your case, how did you acquire the land, or how did you get the permit to construct home here in the Hotel Africa community?
I bought my land. I bought my land from a Liberian.
Okay. And when are we talking about?
I bought the land since 2017. I bought the land from Liberian. And the land, who owns land? The country here.
And you guys, you got to listen though. People went there, they bought the land, right? They bought the land, the Oriyama, as we display here, you know, just imagine this is his deed. It's legit. You can see it. The lady, the law firm that going to sue the government, somebody bought the land all the way during Dota. People that squatters that never have money to buy land, but they're living there. You see, the government will kick them out. God bless the government. There's the letter that was given, removal order. This is the letter that was given. Our zoning inspector reported that you have blank, constructed. You can read it. We can pull all up, as you can see. They gave them up to October 30th. It wasn't October 30th. It was October 8th. How can you give the people up to October 30th? You see right here? But you went there October 8th to break down the people's stuff. So, and when the people went to court, they had to call us for 12. Us for 12 say, hey, you guys are in violation. We just don't come and talk. We show this document because people need to understand. The government can do this better. But who is advising the government? And that's the reason why the government making the people angry and feeling. Look at these women. Law come with empathy. Ask the counselor. Law come with sympathy. Law will come with certain condition. But to say go and kick them out because they are squatters, may God save our country, man. Honorable Gray, you wanted to say something before we move on?
Yeah, you see, do we understand the issue of migration during the civil crisis? When they were fighting war, how people were leaving rural Liberia and migrating to Monrovia. How Bourgeois Island became a safe haven. How people settled there. That villages were being born, that homes were being born. People moved into other areas and settled there because that area, for so many years, from Dothan all the way up to now, many of those areas have been left alone like that. It reminds me about the eviction order of Ducor, the community around Ducor. All of those houses, they should have broken down those homes. When those people got together with all my disagreement with President Salif, They tried to settle them. That was part of the agreement to take over the call by the Libyan government. If you get a genuine investors, if you have genuine investors, part of the plan should be resettlement package. How does this support President Barker's statement that the kids need to be in school and no child will be on the street? And you will break schools down. Doesn't that contradict the official policy statement of President Barker on the issue of not having kids in the street, especially selling during school hours and going to school? Did they calculate the number of schools that will be broken down? The number of religious centers that will be broken down? Let's stick to schools. Did they calculate? Did they calculate how much investment people have to that place? Some people build homes that are over 250,000 US. Some people. That's the entire investment in a life. We can talk the law, but break down the homes. Some of them will get frustrated and die. Is it that the government want them to die, or the government should be concerned about its citizens? Sometimes in the law, they say mercy can temper with justice. Wow, I heard. That's an adage. I'm not a lawyer. But sometimes there may be a ruling, but the enforceability of that ruling becomes a problem. And I'll give you an example. There was a ruling. The entire LUC down there going well, all those areas, almost 20,000 persons should have been dislodged. The Johnson family, from Hitler, Richard Red Johnson time, they said they own LU, Capitol building, all the areas. The Supreme Court issued a ruling on the Ellen. They came to break the place down. When there was a lawmaker, we stood our grounds, and they agreed that they couldn't break that place down to dislodge all of those people, because there have been almost 20,000 people, including children, affecting even the very University of Liberia. This is not what the rescue government, when you say you come to rescue people, even if there's a law, what's the urgency? What's the urgency? What's the investment plan? Are you talking about, because if you dislodge almost 20,000 persons.
Good man, thank you very much.
And I believe this government would not listen to those people who are seeking jobs. They cannot.
Thank you, Greg. Greg, let's go. We gotta wrap this up. Again, I want to say thanks to all of you. This time, I try to play it so safe that a mobile, you won't close up. We really gotta go that.
Yeah. So I real quick, CEO. So shelter is our second greatest need. Food is the first. So people need a place to stay. Second, we have a situation that could be a win-win. We need investment, we need jobs, but investor can wait, okay? Because the needs of the people are always a priority for the government of the people. So the government can lay out a transition plan, especially now that kids are in school, and work it over the next 9 months and let transition actually conclude after school closes for the 2025-2026 school year. The investors will wait. They can wait, and we can move the people. Now you got legal issues, so it's getting complicated. People are saying we actually purchase land. Again, opportunity for the government to look beyond this and say, hey, how can we fix this land thing permanently, like they did in Ghana and other places, because we'll keep having problems. So first, the needs of the people. They need a place to stay. Second, the transition plan. Even if people that don't own land, it doesn't matter. They're citizens, help them get to another place. They got families, they got children. It can be a win-win. An investment will still come to that place. A serious investor will wait because the opportunity is ripe. You will not run over the people. You will wait. And I think the government should move in that direction, trying to get to that next best place, but be compassionate because the people matter. Thank you, CEO.
Dr. Boblet, thank you very much. This is, I don't want to go there, but, I'm kind of too cool today because I'm hungry. But this is embarrassing, kind of. And this is one of the things I appreciate you took a different stand today. The government can be more mature and do this the right way. Are you going to keep children out of school like that, let's say? Kick them out of school? Who even discussing this? Will President Obama kick them out of school? Just the children? Make the women be displayed? Is this a form of rescue? Even if we so right neck and hardcore on this issue, is that what we want the president to do? We got somebody that in this, we want to bring that individual on, that will speak briefly. Then we'll talk about closing the show. You want to go ahead, Fubi, you want to bring the individual on, please? One of the lawyers in this want to speak to this issue. Let's give him few minutes because it's important. But it's sorrowful. It's sorrowful again. The folks going to be displayed. We came to rescue. I want to say this. You can get value that your business, you can cost at your business, but we came to rescue. Can we find a rescue mission to rescue those 10, 15,000 individuals? Are we just going to throw them on the street? As you listen to Roland Guinness and say, I don't know whether the government have anything in place. Fubi, you got him ready?
Yeah, so he can't come onto the link, so I got you on the phone.
Yeah, on the phone call, yes. Let's make that happen. Good evening, my friend. How you doing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Theo.
Yes, sir. Can you introduce yourself to us? Thank you for joining Spoon.
Yeah, good evening, CEO, and thank you to your fellow panelists. My name is Christopher D. Zizi, son of the late Zumaki Zizi.
Fubi, you gotta go ahead and ask him because it looks like he's not getting in place.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Okay, so unfortunately, let me give you a little duty. Unfortunately, around June 2nd, we had the first engagement through the land authority, the commissioner of the Virginia Township, that of the GSA. The moving that place, and they said there was some investment that was coming to happen about in that area. So they wanted to know who all have legitimate land, they want to know how we acquire our property. So we went there on grounds the first time, we presented our deeds. On the authenticated mine, they told me to present it at the Department of the Land Authority, which we did. So I kept calling the guys back and forth because I was getting to me, and I was concerned about it. So the guy said there was some bureaucracy involved, and I want to get back to us today. Until last week, I saw on Facebook a process where public have moved in and started marking places. Immediately, I wrote the minister's office, telling them that I have a private land there, and then what the marking is going on, they should please have an engagement with us. They didn't have any redress to come to me because all my details were there. On last week, Wednesday, they went through my property and just marked it randomly. Even my father's grave, put a red paint desecrating his resting place. So I took exception. Then last Friday, they called for an engagement. Something they should have done first, but they did it last. So what was last, they made it first. They had an engagement telling us, because they came with the assumption, quote unquote, that everybody in that place are on government property illegally. It was when they started seeing copies of my deeds and all the relevant documents legitimizing my claims. So the minister spoke that day. On that day, they said there was no prior engagement and they have the right to come and mark people's property because that would bring people to them, quote unquote, as what they were saying. So my engagement with them was now a good practice, it was not a good way to do it. But I told them I was also seeking legal remedy because I was not going to rest with that. Since I even wrote them privately, they didn't even respond to those letters or the communication. Only to give us notice that they'll be evicting us by the 30th of October, which the move was not even as a government to be doing it on a citizen, not even knowing that we even have property, we say, or document to this property that we said. I would be occupied in that place in 1979. My father took that place over, engaged with it, engaged with government. until later 1984 when it was signed by the president and then propagated subsequently. So we have a legitimate document. While Hotel Africa was fully operating in that place, we were on that property, having our businesses running there. We had a farm, we had a poultry, and everything was running there. No interference with Hotel Africa. If you look at a copy of my deed, you will see it that customized. The Hotel Africa property is adjacent me while I'm on the other side. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Public Work, because it's where I'm taking the fight first. Then maybe the other authorities in the government will get involved. I've written the Justice Ministry, I've written the Land Authority, I also wrote the Legal Department of Public Work, the Demolition Office. Up to now, I've been calling back and forth no matter what for region. So I took on today to have or still with them through my legal team, and we'll be having the first conference on Thursday, faithfully. So from then on, we start with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, my friend. We wish you good luck. Come back and let us know what's happening. But again, we want to say thank you for joining us. Thank you, Fubi. These are some of the situations we are faced with here. And as you can see, people are going to court. Somebody bought the land since 1984. Councilor, we're in some serious issue, but we gotta leave it there. I want to say thanks to all of you. Let's just take a little, maybe during our closing. We appreciate all those of you that share the show. Continue to share, watch the show, and give us your comment. You can reach us on Spoon TV Live, Spoon Network, the Spoon Talk page, and just give us your comment. Tell us what you think about Kano Barbara, the councilor. What you think about Emmanuel George? What you think about Dr. Bokle? What do you think about Karis Moses Gray and any one of the panelists here? Give us your feedback. If you think we should ask them not to come back, let us know. We will not hesitate. Because of you, we are here. If you don't even want me back, let me know. I will not come back tomorrow. Because of you, I'm here. Again, I want to say, let's talk about Dr. Bokle. Why we close this show, though? What's the thing about this insult? Now, our mothers, our sisters, most of them have gotten involved with these different insults that is circulating around on Facebook. But Charlene Bronskin, the former VP candidate to Alexander Cummings, came out and she's speaking out, calling for calm and calling for some kind of civility here, Dr. Bokle. I want us to speak to this, though. I think it's about time that all our mothers, our sisters should come out like Charlene Bronskin and address this issue. What do you think?
Stanton, anything that doesn't edify.
You got something playing in the back, Dr. Bokle.
Actually, no.
Yeah, somebody got TV on. Let's come back to you.
Okay,
Emmanuel,
come back to me. Come back to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Emmanuel, let me bring you on. What do you think? Charlene Bronskin is speaking. And again, I think it was in the right direction, and it was about time that she should come out. Or not only her, but maybe Joa Howard Taylor and the other person out there. What say you?
Okay, Stanley, let me clarify. Is this our closing? Are we adding this to our closing?
No, we're just brushing off this.
Okay,
and
good.
our closing. Yeah.
Good, thank you. I agree with Councilor Bronskin, a very intelligent and smart Liberian lady. I'm finding out that I'm getting old, Stanton, but when I grew up in Liberia, insulting females was a taboo. I mean, it was strange to see people, to see anyone trying to insult a female. And now to have females insulting females, especially after the Civil War, when feminism and womanism became very popular in Liberia, allowing us to have the first female president on the continent of Africa. We elevated womanhood to the highest level. In fact, in one of my research, I was able to find out that the highest political power between the Sandy and the Poro society is a female, the Manzo. So that's the level of how womanhood has been elevated in our country. So I believe I want to speak to our sisters. I think it's time for them to lay down the shields and stop insulting one another. when we differ with each other, we move to Facebook and social media, pouring out vituperations on one another, insulting videos are all around the place. And I think it's time we stop. It's time that we elevate womanhood and allow the rest of us to continue to respect a womanhood, because it is our mothers that brought us to earth. They birthed us. They led us. They were there with us through the struggle. And there is nobody who can stand up and not be proud of a strong female in their life. In fact, President Jerry Rawlings News will say, behind every long beard, there's a strength, a very strong strength that keeps us strong and going. And hopefully our females, our sisters, will hear this call of Councilor Bronskin, and every one of us will go back to the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, what do you think? What we did in our chat room, I'm not going to bring our Councilor Kano, but what's your say here?
Well, Stanton, I think, like your brother just said, nothing justifies insulting a woman. And that's my candid opinion. I believe that absolutely nothing justifies insulting a woman. And I absolutely agree with Charlie that when you have this culture of insults flying against women, and this transcends politics, it totally transcends politics. And I've been having this conversation for the better part of the day with people like Akaros, Jeff, and a lot of them who seem to justify that because there's a political angle to something, people can insult women. And it should not be. Yesterday, or when I say yesterday, I'm speaking figuratively. In the CDC, there were those of us who chastised Ava for certain things he wrote in his book about Madame Claudia. We did that publicly. Today, similarly, people are now insulting Tanji, insulting the president pro tem, insulting other people. And these people and I, who were chastising Ava, are the ones now clapping for the insults because of politics. Senator, let me re-emphasize. There is nothing that will ever justify the insult of a woman. It happened before, it was wrong. If it happens today, it must still be wrong. And people must muster the temerity void of politics to condemn it, even if it favors your political side. And we don't have men with balls these days to stand up and say something is wrong. And that's why today I posted on my page. I said, it is quite telling that the leaders of the CDC are so quiet when they see these type of insults being rained on women in the society. And they are cheering it on, they are celebrating it in backs. And the only defense they have for this is that, oh yes, a few days ago, a few years ago, some women were insulted. So let them insult other women too. So it's equal. We don't build a holistic society by doing that. We need to stop it. Whether it's from CDC, it's from UP, it's from any political party, we should never justify insult. There's no basis for that justification. And I like the fact that you raised this, CEO, and let this be a litmus test for all of us, that nothing will ever justify the insult of a woman. Not politics. It should never be about politics or defending a political leader or defending a political ideology. Thank you.
So thank you very much, my friend. Is this your first time speaking against this, or have you spoke against it publicly?
I have done so before publicly. I can even share with you screenshots when the issue about Madame Claudia, there was a book that Ivan wrote, and certain statements were not even overtly insulting, but I consider them to be subtly insulting. We took a position against that at the time because we felt it was an abuse to womanhood. Today, it is the same thing that is happening. But what is surprising is the same people who were criticizing Ava are the ones now clapping for the insult of Tanji Banto, clapping for the insult of Yombli Kanga Lawrence, clapping for the insults of other women. We can't be that hypocritical in the name of politics. I know Gray and others are stronger. They want to come back to power. He misses the legislature. But no, that's not how you get back to power, by insulting women. That desperation for the legislature should not lead us that way. So let's be very responsible in how we deal in the public space.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the folks are hearing you. Dr. Buple, you want to weigh in now? Are you good too?
Yeah, thank you, CEO. So what you say matters. So for all of us, we'll think before we talk. So insulting somebody does multiple things, none of which is good. First, it shows depravity in your vocabulary. Second, it misrepresents you, especially when we know you and we know you're a decent person and you've been about good things. It's a misrepresentation of yourself. Three, it attempts to denigrate the target of your insults. For those reasons, we should stay away from it. You know, you can disagree, Stanton, without being disrespectful in your disagreement. And especially if you're a public figure. See, people say, oh, you know, I'm not a role model for anybody. No, if you're a public figure, you're actually at a different level. You have a moral responsibility to conduct yourself a certain way. Insult at anybody, male or female, doesn't help the discourse, doesn't help us as a people, as a community where we're trying to go. And we should stay away from it. And the point that Counselor made, and I will reinforce, is this. If we're wrong yesterday, is wrong today. If we're wrong when you did it to my friend, it's wrong when you do it to the other people. So we ought to show integrity and come out and say, hey, man, this was wrong. Or, hey, ma'am, this was wrong. All the time, be consistent in pushing back against those things that don't help us. We have a long way to go, and we need everybody. So this kind of tit for tat, it really degenerates us as a group in the community. It's totally unhelpful, and we should all speak out against it. So it's wrong. It's wrong no matter how you say it. It's wrong.
Thank you. Greg, let's say before you go out, Honorable Greg.
Thank you very much, Stanton. I'm sorry that the internet is so bad today. I don't know what happened to Lone Star.
There you go. So we will bring in Gray. I'm gonna hear you, Connor L. Reverend Gray. Can we, Connor Gray? Let's hear you on this insult story.
Yes, Stanton. You know, I'm from a military background. You know, use of certain words are not strange to me, but I've trained my kids in a way where I don't expect them to use those words. So therefore, I don't use them myself. And one thing I've done to appease my mind is just to tune off. Because there's something Marx Engels, Karl Marx and Engels, they coined a phrase called dialectical materialism. In other words, they're saying that the forces of politics determine the conversation of the day. So in this case, people find material reason to hold on to certain language or languages because it makes or they make their day, so to speak. What am I trying to say? I think the division in our country is getting to a certain level. We all revolve around politics. My party is better than your party, so I should be the one leading. Your party is not doing anything. You don't have the requisite qualification. Matter of fact, you are inept, so therefore my party should lead. You know, those kinds of conversation drive the euphoria of the day until we begin to see politics as just not fundamental enmity between people, but rather arch rivalry towards something. It's like football and soccer teams or basketball teams. We're not enemies. we are contending for a trophy. In this case, the trophy is the Republic of Liberia. I'm not your enemy. Sometimes I read the comment people are talking about, oh, if Conor Gray were here, we'll stone him to death. Those are the kind of people that will hold those kinds of mayhem against the gentleman we're just talking about on the weekend, because people mind are fragile. When they hear something that is unappeasing to them, the next step is to lynch, because they want to put an end to the situation that is disturbing the peaceful hearing. In this case, Stenton, I think the elders of our society, people who have some level of power against other folks, in other words, they have the voice. I'm glad they're coming out, but is it going to mitigate the situation? I think those kinds of temperamental behavior will see eventually after. It's just the euphoria of the moment. But I believe there's nothing anybody can do to stop that particular thing that's going on right now from going on. And the fact about the matter is, tune out, less viewership, the more people will be discouraged to come on. But most people love to watch those kinds of. That's why we're a country that is driven by those kinds of activity. We love to watch, and I wish people would just tune off. And you can't go and exacerbate the situation. Everybody's trying to gain fame from that moment, and it's pathetic as a nation to engage into that extent.
Thank you, Conor Gray. Akaris, can you hear us now?
Yeah. Sorry. The level of hypocrisy in Liberia is mammoth. Very huge. People who stood with political leaders in this country, insulted the presidency, insulted the vice president, Joel. I will be very blunt, and I hold no apology. Nothing at all. Let me say this. 6 years, no government has been insulted, or individuals have been insulted as compared to insulting the presidency on our way. People who on the show claiming that they spoke to Ava, they own no public record of condemnation like we are on this platform today. People cheer these people. They clap for them. Interesting that under this administration, the executive has sanctioned insults. The president has taken no action against his appointed officials who insult prominent and key leaders in the country. I've not seen people who call themselves advocate of justice standing up to speak against these things. Is it because of Nyombli? You know, I'm a blonde guy. Nyombli wasted half tea on Sir Joseph in the Capitol building. Her political supporter stood up and cheered her that she was angry and was right. The next time she should use colors. It's not only about insults. It's also about defamation of character. We on the show to let someone say you cut someone's neck. You wanted to kill them, we get video evidence. In fact, when the police investigated that matter, the culprit was arrested and sent to court on that video. It's not only about insult, it's also about defamation of character. There will be fire for fire. Let me repeat. There will be fire for fire. Kanye said the CDC sit down and look at it. The CDC has sanctioned no one. But I can assure you, and I speak authoritatively, if this government cannot cut off or attack dogs, appointed officials of government, including myself, will go for the creator of the creatures. Will not be the Alexander Cummings who say he will go to court. Someone state or government official, state or female, and insult another female who just appeared on the show. None of you people came publicly, none, to condemn her action against another female. That's not about female issue. Males are also being insulted. On this live today, we are insulted. In fact, I'm most castigated and insulted than anybody on the show today. on my post, everywhere. Our family, our
But we
children.
can't control people that insult you from the
Yeah,
outside. We didn't insult you on the show.
100%. I just saying something. Our family, our children, relatives, we are human beings. And I was waiting for this moment. Kanu is speaking because he's been a member of the Liberty Party and a close relationship with Nyomli Kanga. Charlene Bronski is speaking because she's been from Liberty Party and a close relationship with Nyomli Kanga. That's why they are speaking. They are not speaking because they believe that the former first lady was insulted. They are not speaking because they believe that Josh
So what
was
Shannon
insulted.
says she's wrong. What Shannon said today, if you listen to it, you think
Let
it
me
was
finish.
an error.
Stanton, please. I beg you. This moment, I will not miss my voice. Why now? Why now? Why should we pretend when the deputy minister was said and insult a lawmaker and work with Nyomli Kanga before and a member of the Unity Party, Liberty Party, Daniel Sando? When Eugene did that, we corrected him, arrested him, and put him behind bars. Eugene Facon, the legislature. Yes, people who insulting, are they not working with Nyomli? Are they not in our office? People chose to and had their hands. Yaka is my friend, but when Yaka was
Let me ask you a question, Greg. Greg, let us ask you a question.
Before you ask the question, let me just say this.
Will you insult Nyomli?
If I will insult Nyomli?
Yeah.
I will not insult Nyomli.
Exactly. So then, are you feeling all other people to insult her?
No, let me say this. I will not insult Nyomli. But if Nyomli insult me, it will be reciprocated. Nobody going to insult people around. But let me say this. Joseph Boyka and Bernard Euro were begging ground in Lofa County, Yeke Koruba, my friend. He made a very derogatory statement in front of them. I'm trying to get that video. They laugh about it. Nyomli called Yeke her son. Prophet Key, the Unity Party chair in this country. You took no action. You did nothing. Now that there is bombardment and rockets are falling, and red atomic bomb are falling like on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, what the Japanese general Hideki Tejo is about to surrender.
I mean, he's playing the man, Hideki
Tojo, that's what I said. So, surrender on the battleship Missouri. They will surrender. Their fight must not end. Death must not end. If good, the religious leader been sitting there all those years, 6 years. Nobody will make that mistake. There will be fire for fire. What they did to us, just to repeat it, in any manner or form, there will be vibration. Nobody should make mistake. That's how we speak. You sound like
Thank you. Great, let's move on.
In conclusion, you insulted Alexander Cummings. Nobody raised it at this level today. Oh, yes. You just insulted Joe Real and get mosquito brain or deputy minister. Nobody had time for that. And we sit here, you want us to say, oh, they insult. Nobody insulting women. Men are being hurt. Women are being hurt.
Great, let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you that are watching, we're going to go ahead.
That anybody, as of now on, who insult the CDC as leadership will reciprocate the can. The government has to
thank you very much. Let me bring in Tamba. Let's hear you.
People with immediate effect.
Thank you
very much. And
thank you.
I don't care what people say. Good night. Thank you very much.
We're not closing yet. Great. Don't run away. We're not closing.
I can run away from LU. You know that somebody has
go ahead.
Don't run away, Great. You can stay up, man. You can stay up. But look,
my internet is bad.
Thank you, CEO. No, you're not running from me. I said, don't run away from the show.
Who do I run away from? They play fire.
Go ahead, please.
So here's my position on the insult and cursing university. You all should stop it, gentlemen. Whether you are from CDC, whether you are from Unity Party, you all should stop the cursing, especially of women in the public space.
Women cursing each other, you won't put on the man. You don't follow this position.
Let me say something. I'm just saying that. Because Gracie, he will return fire for fire. And then secondly, the women should also stop the insults and the cursing on social media. Look, I've always said that if you don't have nothing substantive to add or to contribute to what is going on in Liberia, to the dialogue and the conversation we are happening, You know, then just be quiet. Go somewhere, be quiet, share your photos, we'll like them, we'll comment on them. But when you come on social media to spew insult on one another or on political leaders or even on your opponents, then which means you lack the character and the temperament to engage in meaningful debate and dialogue. And that's my position. So whether you are CDC, whether you are Unity Partisan, and whether you are in government today, stop the arrogance. You see, power is transient. And those women and those supporters who are in social media or now we are online, thank God for social media. Anybody with a cell phone today can come online and spew insults on anyone. But look, gentlemen, what I can tell you guys is that we should take the issue of Liberia seriously. We should begin to learn to engage with one another without insults. We should continue to create this awareness in our communities, in our political parties, especially for you guys who are political leaders, or for the centrist movement, those of you guys who are rising and creating new groups. But even for us, the independents, are we engage with one another? We should have respect for each other. What example are we setting for the next generation, people? What example? Because insult is close to violence. If you can do insult, you can engage in physical violence. And that's not what we want to set for this next generation. We have to begin to change our mindsets, how we engage with each other. So on this show, whether on this show or off this show, there's no place to insult one another, whether amongst women, whether men against women, whether party officials against party officials.
Man, we don't call anybody on the show, man. Stop saying on the show. Have you ever heard us call somebody on the show?
Yeah, sorry, Stanton. Sometimes we go out a little bit, but we shouldn't tolerate it. And Stanton, I agree, CEO. You should not tolerate it either. Look, let's engage in meaningful dialogue. Let's address the issues confronting Liberia. Let's bring forward ideas that can move our nation forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. I mean, the only person left to speak will be Winfred Russell, right? Winfred, let's say you. Fubi, you have not spoken?
I haven't spoken, Stanton.
Okay, but then let's say you guys. Go ahead, Fubi. Winfred will be last.
Yeah, so I like the direction from Dr. Bropler and Gray. Look, I've always said this. Our society got both male and females, so we must respect everybody. We can't be segregative in you don't insult women or you don't insult, Women also should not be going to the public with insults, because when women do those things, we can't be quiet. Then we say people should not insult them when there's a reciprocal effect. We should build a society of mutual respect for everybody, regardless of their gender. And that's the point I want to drive it at. It's not about don't insult women, don't insult women. Most of the time that women are the very first to start the insult. They are all over the place insulting. When one person release, oh, you man, you're talking to a woman? Woman has no right to cause any man. Because everybody got our fathers and mothers. The same way we say, oh, women play important roles, men also play important roles. Both of us, we must say, yeah, well, our mother was there. Yes, who was the backbone behind our mothers, our fathers? So we shouldn't overlook that part and just try to put it one side and say, women. Insulting society should be zero tolerance. That's the first way we should push it. Like Grace said, you follow the past regime, the Prophet Key, Shiro, clap, the Yeke, oh, Joia Neme, cursing Joia, cursing Joa, whatever, cursing all, and he was celebrated and even re-elected because of that. So you can now try to play double standard. Sorry. We should push a society of mutual respect for each other, male or female, and send that message to our children. And not make it look like it's okay to insult men, but it's not okay to insult women. No, it's not okay to insult at all. That should be the first thing to send through. Man or woman, it's not okay to insult. We should set it at that point, and we should drive the society towards that. But you want to lean one side, it will not work for me. I always tell people it doesn't work for me. I always tell people in my politics, I don't see gender. I see anybody that come to me. You come, I look at you as you are. The way you treat me, I will treat you the same way. Moses' law, eye for an eye, The same way Jesus said it. Jesus said it in another way. Treat that neighbor as thyself, and love that God above all. So it's the same way. If you don't want to be insulted, don't insult the next person. Mutual respect, and let's keep it going that way. That is the system we should build. Thank
I
you.
mean, your false prophet. Jesus didn't say he must curse somebody. That's not what they asked for. They asked them for. Stop.
Treat that neighbor as thyself. So if you don't want to be insulted, don't insult that neighbor.
Yeah, Charleston, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. And Stanton, I think I haven't followed the trend and the cursing on Facebook, but I listened to Charlie. And I think Charlie is the greatest hypocrite in our society. And that extends to Kanye and to an extent, maybe you. You were here.
Don't stay on the show and insult Charlie Brunson, though.
Charlie was in this country when Prophet Key, Yeke, and other people insulted the former president's mother, his wife. They insulted the vice president. These people were women. She never said anything about it. She did not come out with that podcast. But because it's her kind now that is being insulted and attacked, so she coming up with that kind of podcast to tell us to stop. I don't think they should stop. I think they should continue to insult because it was good then, it's good now. Charlie would not tell us when we should insult and who to insult. That's hypocrisy. You can't do that in a society. They will not build a wholesome
Did she
society.
tell you that to insult? Did she
That's what
tell
she
you
said
that to be
on
rude?
podcast. She said women should stop insulting each
Are you a
other.
woman? Are you a woman?
No, I'm saying it's not me.
But what you talking about? She said women, then you get yelling.
Don't do that to me. She
Don't
said,
do what to you? Don't do what to you?
Don't break
She
me up.
calling
I'm
for
talking. When
calmness.
we're talking, you didn't
She
stop
calling
them.
for calmness. She calling for
No,
calmness.
she
Is it
should
a
have
problem?
called for calmness yesterday.
Why
When
you
Prophet
calling
King
for
was
your own
insulting,
calmness yesterday?
we did, but because it was not her kind that was being insulted, so it was cool for her. It was funny to her. Now her kind is being insulted. She has an issue with that. And that's the kind of hypocrisy they ran this country on. And they wanted to run this country. It's wrong. We will not build a class system here that certain group of people can be insulted and another group cannot be insulted. You said on here, people insulted people, mothers here, the sisters, the wives. But it was funny to you, you clapped. In fact, you said Yeke was the best person, Prophet King was the best person for your party. You insulted everybody around. Every lady that supported the CDC were insulted. Down to Mrs. McGill was insulted in this country.
Yeah, man. Nobody
So
insult every lady here. What were you talking about? They
almost every lady that did not
insult.
support the Unity Party and the Liberty Party. Every lady that was within the CDC was
I mean,
insulted. Those people were
somebody,
insulted.
were you in Labrador during 6 years of Joey government, or you were in another country?
So now their kind
Man,
are
don't
being
answer him.
insulted,
Don't answer him.
and
Jeff.
then they won't call for calm.
Oh,
There will be no
man.
calm.
We
There will
hear
be
you.
no
Thank
calm.
you. Thank you. Let me
No, don't
wait
do
for
that, man.
Roscoe.
Show the man some
Thank you.
respect, man.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
I'm
Let me waste
encouraging
our
you to
time.
continue to insult them equally.
When I said on the show, you tell
My man,
people,
they're
you
not talking
tell
about
people.
Jeremiah
When
Kuya.
I said on the show, you tell people to insult continuously. We're trying to calm the storm. Don't say you will sit
Why
here
you calm?
and
Why
tell
you
people
didn't
to
calm it?
Australia, they were
insult.
insulting people and God say calm.
My man, listen. The man will not sit on the show and tell people, say people might insult. No, we will not do that. No. Speak on the issue. If you got problem, go right on Facebook. No. No, why you? Excuse me?
You put it in the bag?
Yeah. I put the man in the bag. Don't waste my time. Yeah, I
I
am.
put the man in the bag. You can't do
Yeah,
that.
I am.
man.
No, I think Stanton, the CEO should begin to take tough actions against people who come here to try to use this network to just insult people.
I mean,
It's
you
wrong.
should shut up because
It's wrong.
they insulted other people. You didn't say anything. You should shut up.
But they never insulted people. People say
Let's
insulted
forget
all
it.
campaign time.
Guys,
Come on, you should
let's
shut
move
up.
on.
I didn't
Yeah,
expect you to talk,
Jeff,
Come
let's
on, hey,
move
I brought
on.
people on the show.
Yeah,
who are
let's
insulting
move
people.
on. Great. Let's give Winfrey Russell the time to speak.
Yes,
Winfrey,
stand up, but that time I shut up.
Let's stay on the issues, gentlemen.
You are in the chat.
No insult. No insult. But
You
the
are in
brown
the
people
chat
have
room.
insulted
You can
people
say
before.
it, right? Nobody on this show insulted anyone, guys. You don't do that. I mean,
You
this thing
invited
can
people
hurt
to
you.
the network
Understand?
who are insulting people more than
Winfrey
Pharaoh.
Russell,
Campaign time.
nobody came on the show to insult anybody.
Show me one video that someone, a guest appear on the show and insult, not even
But
Prophet
not
Key,
just insult, even
not
defamation
even
of
Prophet
character.
Key, not even Prophet Key. So y'all got to know what you're saying. Winfred Russell, go ahead, my friend.
Thank you, guys. And,
Fire for fire.
Okay, I will focus my closing on the.
Winfred, we're not closing. We're talking about the insult here. Then we're closer. We almost there. Just saying. So you want to add anything? Then we'll get into closing.
I mean, I think all have been said. It is bad. I mean, it's part of the decadence that's in our society, and we need to address that. I mean, but again, it starts from our leaders. I mean, when you have the deputy ministers or government officials, insulting people and using all manners of invectives against their perceived political opponents and others. I mean, what do you think the people below them? What do you think they're going to do? So they were not setting any good examples, and so we need to start from those leaders. We need to start holding them accountable, and because they themselves too, they are contributing to the problem. They're really contributing to the problem. We see them, go off on folks simply because they were trying to hold them accountable. We've seen the Minister of Information attacking and disparaging, journalists who are only simply trying to do their job. So I mean, it runs the gamut. I mean, because these people are prominent people, so we're having a whole show about it. But what about, government officials, clothed with the authority to protect the people, to inform the people? They are there insulting them. They're making, condescending comments towards them. So, let us be holistic about our condemnation and not just focus on, these folks who have been insulted. Granted, it is horrible, it's terrible, it makes us look bad. But let's start talking about those government officials who are paid by our tax dollars. Let's focus on them and what they are doing and call them out on that, because they are setting terrible examples.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. Let me do my closing, guys, and we can have 1 minute to close this show. It's been a great show, and I appreciate every one of you for coming. Come again tomorrow. I know how it is. As we get closer to election, we'll have different changes, different atmosphere. But again, we are blessed to be here every single day to discuss issues concerning our country. I want to say thanks to all of you, tens of thousands of you that join us every evening to contribute to this show. We do appreciate you. We ask you please go on our Spoon Talk page, the Spoon Network page. Just subscribe and tell somebody, say, hey, listen to Spoon Talk. Share the link with them every evening. In the cool of the evening, they can be part of this program. Give us your like, your dislike on any one of our panelists here, who you like, who you actually admire a lot, the opinions they bring to the flow. We say, yes, indeed, we will appreciate. We are humans. To err is human, and to forgive is divine. We will make a mistake. We will say things actually that will be offended and offending to you. But we want to say again, through these difficult way of terrain that we talk and speak, consider us. And we take responsibility individually for our words or comments that we use on this show. It got nothing to do with the network, by the way. So we appreciate you. Whether you're from Unity Party, CDC, ANC, whichever party you're from, we say you're welcome. Come and allow the Liberian people to hear you. That you can be convinced that yes, indeed, Liberians are speaking for the goodness of their own country. I will say this on the cousin issue. I agree with you, my brother Russell. The leaders are to be held responsible. George Manawiakin today tell all his folks, nobody insult on my behalf. They will listen to him. President Bouaka should discipline his ministers, his directors, those people involved in cussing and insulting. They will listen to him. What's the work of the ombudsman? The ombudsman just there to take pay or hold government officials responsible for what they do. You remember when CSA Director Josiah Joker wrote the MCC and told them to fire those individuals because of remarks and posts that they share concerning this government? They dismissed them. Where is Josiah Joker today? Why aren't Josiah Joker speaking against those ministers? Isn't he the HR boss? Oh, when it came to 9 of the folks that work at MCC, it was okay. He said dismiss them. They broke the code of conduct as per our guidelines. But then what happened with Daniel Sando, with Jeremy Pierre? What's happened with the other directors and ministers that is found on social media insulting? You go ask Josiah Joker, go ask the government. We will not sit on the show to say people should insult. No. We will not sit on the show to encourage such. It would be so bad. Maybe because of our upbringing. But we will condemn it. What Charlene Bronsky said today was just in time. I think Charlene, Joa Howard Taylor, Yomle Kanga Lawrence, Boto Cannon, Deba Vabla, Clark Weah, Formod and Curran, the Vice President, Webb, the Second Lady, everybody in power, women especially, should encourage one another that we desist from this insult. Yomle can do it. She should do it. She should have called Daniel Sando and said, listen, these guys are my colleagues. Snow and myself work together. Quinton Donkey and I work together. Stop insulting them. Imagine Sando Johnson, Daniel Sando, was there in the office with Yomle, working as chief of staff to Yomle. The Yomle called Daniel Sando and said, hey, don't do this. We are all lawmakers. It's wrong, folks. And I think they should. President Joseph Boaga should call his team of minister and tell and say, don't do it. You are not representing me. Joe Weah should call his opposition and say, don't do it. Alexander Cummings should tell his people not to insult on his behalf for the sake of our country and the office they hold. So we hope they listen. But hey, we got our brother Jefferson Chest and say, I will not stop. You cause President Weah, we will cause you. Somebody say, hey, we'll not stop. You cause Joseph Boaga, we will cause you. It's not going to help our country. So I hope we understand that we got a long way to go as a nation. And I hope everybody just buckle up that double play and do that which is right for our country, for our children, for our grandchildren. When you go on Facebook and insult, stay on Facebook. People will look at you one day. Your grandchild will say, oh, I have my mom used to cost, my grandma used to cost, my grandpa used to cost, and you will have to explain to the next generation. So God bless you all. God keep you. And I hope we can have a responsible leaders that can speak to the folks and resolve this issue. Other than that, the city is still dirty. We couldn't get to that conversation. Mike Jabate is still complaining that the city is really dirty. Maybe Dr. Bopler will come and give us more. The overhead bridge, they have started some work. We got picture and videos. It's on the Spawn page. We can talk about it more. That's a good thing for the country. We talk about the mob violence. We talk about the Hotel Africa issue. Chief Justice Bese saying that they should audit the Supreme Court. That's a good thing. I think people will be happy. And I hope he can push that through. I appreciate him for calling for audit, because he was part of the past leadership. He was Associate Justice at the time. So he's not excluding himself. He said audit. But the question now that I hit the international community, how did we get $10 billion to pay for that property in Foya? And why is the government so quiet up to today? I was speaking to some folks that were Bobland on a conference call today, a very long one. And number one, they say, is it true? One, that the government does something. I'm allowed to say it, right? Because I'm not calling name. Is it true that the government have this property in Lofa? The answer, yes. Is it true it worth $10 million? That's what is out there. Can we confirm it? The government need to speak to it. Why is the government not speaking? Oh, yes, they did. And I said this, and I cut those clips, Dr. Boble. Daniel Sanders said it was from Mano River Union. Colonel Crash said, the deputy minister at the mansion said it was for the government. And Kula Fofana said she's not informed. She cannot say anything further, but she believes it's the government property. These are your only information out there. So when will the government take a position as to how much, who they awarded the contract to, the relationship, and whether it went through the right order? These are troubled times and people are even more concerned. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country and the leadership. May God bless Jose Yiman Boaka, that he will continue to do that which is right for our country. And may God bless the opposition, that they can stand together as opposition and bring up good policy to convince the Liberian people that they can do better. Till then, I say have a good night, be blessed, and God be with you all. 1 minute each, guys. Dr. Boble, if you have anything to say, just 1 minute. We'll run around the table.
CEO, it's a good show. It's a good show. And but I want to, we do critical conversations here, like we should, because we care and we want to raise issues, bring it into the national consciousness with the intent of taking action. I do want to say in closing that there are a lot of good things that happen in Liberia, and there are a lot of good people who get up every day and go do positive and productive things, and so want to celebrate them. It's easier to get frustrated in this environment because you feel like what you're doing doesn't matter, because you read the newspaper, you look around all the craziness, and you feel like, man, I need to just join the crazy people. Don't. Keep doing what's positive and productive, because over time, you are making a difference. And on that note, I do want to highlight that today we learned that Deward Van Bommels, who is the head of NASCAR, was elected earlier in Malaysia as the head of the Technical Commission for the International Social Security Association. It's a big deal. First African to be there, open doors for others, but also speak to the leadership of NASCAR, and that the international community feel like the program they're running here is respectable enough that will elect him to be the head. So congratulate him, we congratulate Liberia, and we hope that really open a door for other Africans to be on this global stage, affecting Social Security around the globe. Thank you, CEO, for a good show.
Dr. Boble, thank you guys. I beg you, just bear with me. Let's just take Winfred Russell, and then we all can leave. We'll keep our closing for next time, please. I didn't know that we passed it like 8 o'clock mark.
Center, you got me keeping a guy 3 hours on the line because.
Is that who? Joe Cooper?
Yes, the gentleman on the line.
Just hang on with him. Let me call him now. I will arrange for him to come tomorrow. Yeah, hang on with him. So we gave the last call, so I beg you guys bear with us to our brother Winfred Russell. Take us home, brother Winfred.
Thank you, Stanton, and thanks to all of the panelists and all of the insightful thoughts that you all provided tonight concerning the issues that we're dealing with in Liberia. I will use my time to focus on the barbaric killing of the young man who is alleged to have stolen a motorcycle. As the saying goes, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. And there's no excuse for it, but there are a lot of underlying issues that are going on in Liberia that we have to address, that will help us to get to a society where folks do not indulge in these kinds of behavior. Blaming the police is wrong. The police has its part to play, but the leaders of our community have a lot to do. The government has a lot to do with providing the resources necessary for the police to do its work. Mob violence is wrong and is bad. It undermines our justice system, and we need to do all we can. We need to improve civic engagement. We need to improve on community awareness and give the resources to the police to go out there and do a robust, comprehensive community policing program throughout the country. I think that will also help. The police are a microcosm of the public it serves. So we see a lot of bad things happening in the public, and like I've said over and over, it starts from the top. As the saying goes, the fish starts to rot from the head. So it starts from the top. A lot of these line ministries and ministers and government officials and lawmakers are demonstrably lawless, and that is trickling down to the people. So we need to address lawlessness in the country. We need to focus on our sentencing guidelines. We need to improve on a neighborhood watch program. I know Councilor Agbala brought that up. That's something that we need to improve upon and include within our community policing, program. We're sending a lot of supplies. We're shipping a container this week sometime with a lot of supplies for the police to help to enhance the community policing program that the Liberian National Police is implementing. But the police will need all of our help, and definitely the lawmakers need to abide by the laws that they write and that they put together, as opposed to violating the law. So I hope that we can give the police some time to go through the video and identify those people who are clearly seen on the video for conducting themselves in the way that they did by killing this young man. It would take some time. We don't have facial recognition devices. It's not one of the things that we're sending to the police. So it's going to take some time for that to identify those perpetrators and bring them to justice. So thanks for the time. Thanks for the opportunity. And it's great being on this platform. And thanks for the opportunity, Stanton.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a good evening. Good night. All right, folks. I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. We do appreciate you.
Stanton, call your man. Yeah?
I'm calling him right now. I'm calling him. Yeah. Tell him I'm calling. Yeah. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Bobler. Have a good night. Honorable Karis Mose, Tarika, Tobinka Gray. Have a good night, sir. Thank you. I want to say thanks to the producer tonight. You receive a call from one of your many fans. Levi called you today unexpectedly too. I don't know how you got your number.
Oh yeah, on a video call too.
All I heard was Nelson. I like, seriously. So Levi called you, and now you get your BFF sitting somewhere, and I will call you all the time. Today is holiday. There was no school for him, so he was just yeah. But thank you for producing for us, man. We do appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that the lawmakers, they are back tomorrow. You will be busy.
Oh yeah, tomorrow is going to be very busy. After being away from the Capitol building on the official.
Well, wait. 2 months or 3 months?
Yeah, a little over 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a little over 2 months.
Yeah,
and that was the final break for this year.
They're about to go on break again. Chris Monjera corner, man. They got him taking free money. They're about to go on break again, man. But I'm saying though, I think there's a lot on the plate though, right? They got a lot to talk about. And tomorrow we'll focus on the legislature, both the House of Representatives and the Senate. They got a lot to talk about, a lot of reform, a lot of stuff, and I think they need a retreat maybe to enable them and just to rejuvenate and regroup. They need that retreat, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. We hope you can give us those videos and everything. They are coming sharp. You will see them in the COSU, in the PROPOSU. Fast forward them back to work. They come in sharp, you know, and you know how it is. They'll know that it will be in front of the lights, camera, and action. So I want to say again, please, please, please be there on time. The people are ready want to go through Spoon to further the works of the Senate and that of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much, my friend. Good night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have a good night as well. Well, we want to say thank you for being here, everyone. We appreciate you. From the start of the show, many of you called in. We appreciate you. Thanks to everyone who just watched the show, whether on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, on Facebook or on YouTube. We appreciate you. Thanks to our audience on Facebook, on radio as well, on the Spoon Network, on the Voice of Liberia as well. We say thank you for listening. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Until then, my Jenison, thank you for being here. May Carter, we appreciate you. Cyrus Heenan, thank you. Edmond Bole, thanks as well for being on tonight. I see Nathaniel K. Hill, thanks for being here. Ellen L. Johnson, thank you for being here, ma'am. We appreciate you. Delvin Payne, thanks as well. Helena Flomo, thank you. Mr. Philip Alad, thanks as well. T. Toba Matthew, we appreciate you. LIB King, thank you. Passports. Ooh. We appreciate you as well. Saturday Yalate, Mr. Yalate, thank you for being on tonight. Neil says, Neil says, Glicor. Hope I got that name right. Thank you. Noosh, we appreciate you. Amos Moses Weaver, Mr. Weaver, thank you for being on tonight. Josh B. Mobile, we appreciate you. B. Topa Matthews, thank you for being on as well. I see Da Moore, we appreciate you. Lincoln Morris, thank you. Sophia Johnson Mason, we appreciate you as well for being on tonight. Thanks to everyone for always making up time to watch Spoon. This is your network, and we appreciate the fact that you come on every night to watch the program. My name is Nelson Colette. You will come back tomorrow. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
You just want you and no. The children crying for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update.